nekwekwe kona bia nanya na kebe nekwekwe kona bia ebem jelu ekweje gwanu mi femgeme omo agbatanu gwanu mi femgeme ejimgu ekwe mbadike ekwe mbadike ekwe anọkwa mbeme ijelobia iwe bụ akpa ego ebia iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ iwe na yọm wee jụ iwe na-ebe akwa ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe mgbadike ekwe onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya selense.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,000,000 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not. I hope that is out of the record.
I've always been told my English was quite clear. I don't need to explain further. There would be a breakdown of law and order. That's what they're begging for. I just wanted everybody to know that I'm not too old to shy away such responsibility if it comes. That's all. How can you take a people like the Ndibo and try and to impose on them a leadership? It's not possible. It was possible before, but after Biafra, no. Everybody knows that. That's what I really meant. Am I clearer now?
Very, very, very clear.
Thank you.
Yes.
Nigeria has always had a leader, and the problem is how relatively good is the leader.
For this reason, some mention of the events of the last 4 months of 1966 must be made, however briefly.
We are listed here on the Southeast. So when will Southeast even have lion's share in any particular project? Mr. President, if this is an omission, it is an expensive omission. The Southeast cannot continually to be treated the way Nigeria is treating the Southeast. Let me give you an instance. Out of the dams that were listed here on the Southeast, Ivo Dam was last funded about 12 years ago with a 5 billion naira spent on it, and it has been abandoned by Nigeria for the last 12 years. I had written 3 letters to the Ministry of Water Resources. We have done everything possible to see if they can bring up Ivo Dam. And here, a zone is allocated 66 billion, and the entire South is at zero. What kind of omission is that?
Mr. President, I think we should be very mindful of commenting on the infrastructure renewed hope project, because we should see it holistically. This is just a segment of the renewed hope agenda on the infrastructure. We have a road infrastructure, we have power infrastructure, we have other, let me learn, please. Yes. Mr. President, I have the floor, and let me
You are protected.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, in doing this, we should consider what has been allocated in the other sectors. I'm not saying that the Southeast should be excluded. No, on the contrary, they should also be included, but we have to bear in mind what the whole infrastructure project are all about. Development of the whole country, irrespective of the state and
Thank you very much.
From.
Thank you.
So, of recent, there was a release of over 1.3 trillion naira, and the Southwest had the lion's share. And I believe if you go deep into it, if you check the ministry's budget, you will see some balancing. And this thing is just being released.
My name is Chika Odua. I was born in 1986 in southeastern Nigeria. I grew up in the United States, far away from home. But while physically far away, my mind was always on Nigeria. I wondered about my identity, my history. Part of my history is tied to the Nigerian Biafran War. I watched documentaries, read books. I still wanted to know more. So last year, I decided to meet people who remember the war. They talked with me about their memories, and this is what they told me.
Horror. Horror indeed, because it is something that is not supposed to be witnessed by people in any form.
Aircraft used to come plenty.
All these planes that is going in the air, carry go.
And it was quite frequent. You can have it like about 4 or 5 times a day.
Bullet come hit me at the chest.
The wave of killings in the north had happened for so long, and there was no response from the Nigerian government.
And they killed, just killing Igbos at random.
In my compound, we saw several skeletons of dead people.
I remember there was a day when we went out behind the classes, the compound. We saw one Igbo guy killed.
When you employ hunger as a tool of war,
you can just read the number of bones in everybody's body, including the ribs. You can count them.
A starving child. First of all, the first thing you notice was the stomach bloated, the arms to the bones, the legs to the bones, the thigh to the bones, the head, skull. Can you imagine that? That is a starving child, and that is what happened everywhere in Biafra.
Beka onobe, Biafra gamarapo, Biafra, Nigeria gebili agamarapo.
ime na ojukwu ime na aga m esoro maka ibe m gawa soja.
Biafra kunye kunubuzo Nigeria aya aya aya.
Ojukwu ga-eze Biafra, ekpezie na buri, awolowo Yakubu ọwa, enweghị ike nwere ya. Chetekwenu Nsukka Steeti, Biala Biafra. Chetekwenu Onitsha Steeti, Biala Biafra. Enyi o, enyi o, enyi o, enyi o, enyi Biafra lanu, enyi Biafra lala.
Hello. It's good to have all of us one small gathering at this forum to have a very useful discussion this evening. And we are going to talk about many things, but chiefly of is going to be about those who survived the very toughest times in Nigerian history, which is the time of the Biafran Nigerian War. And of course, as you already know, there is nothing civil about that war. So let's not even refer to it as a civil war. Some of the clips you have watched have come from Channels Television and from our own delectable Chika Odua, who is also a renowned journalist, had worked with the BBC and many other CNN, and all, a plethora of media houses. And right now is a freelancer, a dancer, just a creative individual. Creativity resides in her. And I'm so glad to share that. If you want to get more of that, you can go to the Biafran War Memories, which is banned in Nigeria, unfortunately, but you can get it outside of Nigeria. And you can see the testimonies of men and women who took part, and some who have survived the Holocaust, those who survived the hunger and the starvation that went on, and even some people who were part of those who escaped the massacre in Warriorso. But this evening, I think my job's already cut out. We're going to listen to people who, on their own, were part of this, what went down in 1966, 67 during the Biafran War. And before coming on this set, I was talking to my mom, and she said something that really moved me. She said that, in fact, I'm trying to use her own words, that God actually fought for them. Because he said the earth fought for Biafrans. The forest fought for them. The rivers and the streams in the Igbo land fought for them. In fact, including the trees hit them. The trees hit them. Sometimes that they are all hidden in the Iroko trees, those ones that are so big and has a hollow inside. And the army will come and pass and they will not see them or hear the children crying or something. It was just miraculous. And, I have another person who is promising to send to us, maybe before the end of this month, some of what they ate while they were in the forest and they never died. That God indeed went out to hide them and to protect them. We had the beginning of this discussion yesterday. We will, like we promised, we'll be taking through the series of the events as we mark, the Biafra Remembrance month, which is going to end on the 30th of this month. And Dr. Damages will be here tomorrow to also hold a very special discussion on this. You are welcome. Every one of you who was on the keyboard, Dr. Adama, I see you. Thank you so much. All Napolitis, thank you. And, every other person who is out there who is making it happen. I'm not the only one. I'm just trying to, behave as if Nami be the only one. I'm not the only one. I'm going to be your anchor this day. My name is KJ. And yeah, we have a good number of videos that we're going to watch. But again, what is our essence of reminding ourselves of this? One, you may want to find out or want to say, why do we go back to these painful memories? So that we will all learn, because we learn by reading history. If we read history properly, we see what has been tried and didn't work, and we make a way not to repeat it. My mom, told me that she would not want to see another war. But of course, she's also not satisfied in the way, because what led to the war has not yet been addressed also. It's still the same thing that they were complaining about, and that's exactly the same thing. We cannot have a nation that is lopsided, favoring one particular side of the nation and leaving the rest of us out of it, and you expect us. It's even if we don't ask the questions, if me as his son don't ask that question now, if they all pass away, and even us, if Jesus doesn't come, but I believe Jesus will come in our day, amen. If Jesus doesn't come and we eventually have to go meet him, our children will ask that same question, because I can't see me bequeathing a country to my sons that they will say to them, you who have no entitlement here. I'd rather live in a nation that I don't have a part of it and know that I'm a stranger in that land, than to live in a nation where I know I am of that land, and yet I don't have the rights and the privileges as others people have. And yet I contribute my quota, my part, whether I call it academic or otherwise. And so I think it's a good discussion we're having this evening. And I hope that we all come with an open mind, and we'll all have to have this discussion go down very well. Okay, let's kickstart this discussion.
There are civil wars in history. No. January 15, 1966 comes a twist that upset the peace in the Nigerian military circle, with some young officers led by Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu, an Igbo officer from present-day Okpanam in Delta State, staging a coup d'etat against the then civilian government, killing dozens of people, including the Prime Minister of Nigeria, Tafawa Balewa, many senior politicians, senior army officers, many of them from the north. The officer gave reasons for the coup to include massive corruption and abuse of office. General Johnson Aguiyi Ironsi, who was the most ranking military officer, then assumes office. July 1966, a counter coup which cut short the regime of General Ironsi, and then the emergence of Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon. Earlier, during the riot of May 1966, thousands of Easterners, mostly Igbos, were killed in many northern cities, especially in Kaduna, Kano, and Jos. The coming of Gowon to power did not stop the systematic killings. Such was the horror that attended Gowon's early days in office. By the end of 1966, thousands of refugees who were pouring into the east returned with tales of horror. A decision was then taken that soldiers and civilians should return to their region of origin. At a summit in Benin, the permanent secretaries presented a paper to Gowon that all the 4 regional military governors be replaced and new regions created to form 12 states in the federating unit. Although Ojukwu was absent at the meeting, he rejected the outcome and declared the Republic of Biafra.
Okay, I hope you understand why I stopped that movie at that place. See, before the Igbo started talking, everything was written in favor of the federal government. And I have some other videos here also that certain people also spoke in that line, only for them to be countered by other people who spoke, who were also present in the place where the events were happening. Now, Ojukwu never declared, the Republic of Biafra. It wasn't that. That's not how it happened. We have had first-hand information. We have read books. But you see, this narrative of trying to place the Igbos, just like what they're trying to do to Nnamdi Kanu right now, trying to place him in the scene of the crime that he was never even part of. So this narrative of trying to place the Igbos in a scene, in a thing that they never took part, is it begs for for a better reasoning. Now the Igbos are carrying the scene of the civil war, okay, of the coup, the 1966 coup. But you heard the narrating, the narration. The guy narrating the documentary said, Chukuma Nzogu is from Akpana. Okay, he's from now Delta State. Most of them claim they're not Igbos. So if they are not Igbos, how come we the Igbos are now suffering the planning and the execution of the coup? I'm not trying to try to run away or shy away from it. I'm simply saying that is how faulty some of these things that we try to parade is. The idea is, it's a bit faulty. It's so faulty that sometimes you wonder where they're going with it. But I don't want to go too much far away. I have a historian here, a man who is well read and who's you cannot argue when he decides to put a point down. You have to be well researched for you to be able to stand his just ability to throw in information from left, right, and center. And if you go look at those things, you find out that what he's alluding to was quite correct. Help me welcome the information welfare guy, aka Ovie, my man. You're welcome, sir.
I mean, I did like that.
Now you, my brother, your audio, you have to do something about it. Yesterday it was breaking through, so we couldn't hear what you're saying. It's breaking. Do you have are you using an earphone? Or...
It's still breaking up to now.
Yeah, up to now it's still breaking. So it makes it a bit difficult to hear what you're saying.
That's strange. I don't know. It's not on earpiece.
Yeah, so something is cutting your audio. I don't know what it is, but something is cutting your audio. It seems cracky constantly.
What about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Better?
Yes, better now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now you cause now when they use big grammar, they talk within I know.
We have to give honor to what honor is due, my brother.
I don't know. That's why they misbehave.
Yes, you're welcome, sir. You have read the caption in which we said we are trying to remember the war events, the Biafran war events, those who witnessed it. Some people have promised to be on the channel today. I'm still waiting for them. They've not hooked up yet. I've posted a link so that they can hook up and let's talk about their experience. But you are here, so go ahead and fire the first salvo. What do you understand? And would you think that the reasons for which this war was fought has been addressed adequately? And if so, don't you think that Nnamdi Kanu is just pulling out stone that doesn't need to be there?
I don't know. Do you know the reason why the war was fought? Because I don't know. And the most serious note.
Okay, the reason why the war was fought was that of lopsidedness and injustice that was going on. Of course, that, right now people say, and I have a video here where some people were, some independent producers were good enough to explain that there was a constant, massacre of Igbos in almost every part of Nigeria.
But see, I think that's one part of the story. That doesn't mean that part not lie, right?
Yes.
That's one side of the story. Because now you're talking about war that involve now pretty much the whole country now, as at that time. Because I think my regret, I don't know about my regret, I would say yes, because it's me not able to talk to I get two of my elder brothers who are old soldiers, right? Who fought during the Civil War. So the fact that I'm not able to talk to them, right? Even my parents about their own experience. My papa don't get grandchildren before they give us independence now, so he knows he should know more. But unfortunately, I couldn't. So talking about the story, there's all part of the story. For me, my own concern or curiosity is that it's not about injustice of that time or the lopsidedness of power, whatever led to this thing. All those was not normal thing. In every, if you follow every history, state, every country, empire, and normal be that, right? Once power, it will take time before they achieve that equilibrium. Even America today is still, if you understand how the American system they work, you still understand that the North and South dichotomy is still very much at play. But my own curiosity, what I really want to know is the influence, the role British played, the role American played. Because let's look at it now. These are our leaders there. These are small boys now. These are young boys. What do they know? they know nothing. Let's actually look at the cross of things, right? So there's a bigger power at play that we're actually engineering things from outside, from inside out. So those are the things I'm actually curious. I don't expect the men who are the artists who play the role who are still alive now, the Obassanjos, almost all. I don't expect them to come and tell me. They tell me this is why, this is what the role, this was suspended, this is what this was. No. Reading Babangida's book too, it just they beat around the bush. So now that I know how the kind of power the United States was yielding at that time. I mean, the 70s, pretty much nobody could challenge the power of the United States of America. Immediately after the Second World War, they are the lords. So even though now that it's kind of getting to a strange situation without a different conversation entirely. So, and Nigeria is at the center of that shift of the American taking over from the British, like exercising that power, taking the economy anyway, not necessarily, 'cause that is what it's about. So, and if you look at the event that happened, the coup, the assassination, all those things, it was just to make sure they bend us from parliamentary to presidential system. But that's if you look at, I'm not even speaking from our own experience, speaking from the American way of doing operation all around the world, even up to today. And at that time, in the 60s to 70s, Africa was at the center stage between them and the Soviet Union. So the role that they actually play is what I'm concerned about, right? Because it was literally an order given to the British that let that people go, right? In other words, we are coming to talk about the same way they did to Japan, the Germany, pretty much as soon as they assume world power. So I am more leaning towards, my research is towards that angle now, because all these are, we never know what's there, because they stretch to you that now only us, because now only us you go this village. Nobody will tell you, say, this man, for this family, they were against waiting the Yoruba people they bring come. That's strange. I travel around every day. I'm on the road. They work out in America. Every county I go, every village, and they find reason why that village was like that. There's always an hero. There's always somebody. This people. I mean, there's a place called Six Flag in Texas. Six Flag represents 6 nations we don't run them before. If you look at all those flags, represent the country we don't run through them. So now only in Nigeria you go. All you hear is about Awolowo. It's about I mean, these are kids. These are kids. What are the men where stood their ground leading to 1914? Between 1940 to 1960, men were opposed. I mean, maybe the last one of them is the man from Kano. So why we not get all those stories? That's why somebody will constantly tell me, say, our people tell their brothers and sisters, their relatives, their friends, their enemies to collect mirror. Like that's sad. It is sad.
Okay, thank you. Had not. We don't actually take people when they're driving, but if you stop and you want to make a comment, I can give you a quick listing so you can make a comment, and then when you continue to where you're getting to, they can bring you back in. But if not, if you get to where you're going, we can bring you back in. Which one do you prefer? Which one do you prefer? I can't unmute you. Yeah.
No, I said, okay, I've parked. I stopped.
Okay, so do you want to make a quick comment so we can go ahead because you're driving, or do you want to
Okay.
say
I
from?
can make a quick comment.
All right, great.
Okay, yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Okay, yeah, so tomorrow to 30th is our Remembrance Day. So I mean, I was born after the war, way after the war, but my family was impacted. I lost my mom, my maternal uncle was killed in the pogroms. He lived somewhere in Kano or Jos, and he came, and when I think there was this wave of killings, and he came back with his family, and then they said, everything dials down, the whole tension dials down, and then they went back. And so that second time they went back, he was, it was his neighbors actually that came and took him out of the house, and then he was beheaded. And they put his kids and wife in a train or whatever, and then send them back to the east. On my father's side, two of my cousins, they were older. They were graduates before, I think they graduated before 19, like they were graduates before 19, before the war started, and they were working in the north. And as a kid, we used to go and visit their parents because my dad used to always go and visit their parents, and their pictures will hang on the wall. And my dad will tell me that they were killed in the north. They never came back, that they were graduates. I used to hear my dad say things like, if they weren't killed, that the prospects of our family would have been way ahead because these are people who were, graduates very early. So then it didn't resonate with me, but now I'm older, it resonates with me. And then, of course, I had my dad fought, and then I have like my dad's cousins that they were killed, yeah, so I know if people come in now, everybody has that story. The thing is, I don't really know. I know that on the Nigerian side, there were Nigerians who were killed. I mean Nigerian side, I mean other ethnicities that fought in the Nigerian army. But I think that most of them were casualties of the war. They were soldiers. But I don't know to what extent other Nigerians know how much pain we have up till now as Igbo people because of the people we lost. I don't know if they really know like the trauma we suffer from, like many Biafran children that were transported out of Biafra and we never came back. I don't know if they're accounted for. Nobody knows where they are. They are taken to Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Ivory Coast. Some were taken to Europe, as I hear. And I don't know how much of those people are really documented and accounted for. So I don't know. I don't really know how much the Nigerian government, even the every Nigerian really on all this talk of unity. I don't know if they really know how much trauma Igbos carry along. So when you criticize an Igbo person and those things that we like money, we are very aggressive, we do this. I don't know if they ever see it through the lens of that we're people that survived 3 years of total blockade of food, bombardment. And after that, you take all the money, instead of helping us, you give us only 20 pounds. Instead of helping these people that have been massacred like they did to the Germans. After Second World War II, there was a Marshall Plan to help rebuild Germany. In our own case, you took the little money we had, all the money we had, and gave us just 20 pounds. And beyond that, you keep having all these institutional and policies to just exclude us politically, economically, and otherwise. So I don't know, so when I think, something that we need to keep talking. One of the things I hope I can do is if we can have like a memorial or something, like a list of all the people that were killed. I heard somewhere that when the Kainji Dam was being built, that was around the time that pogrom happened. And many of the workers there, I heard that almost 6,000 Igbo workers up there and I heard up to 2,000 of them were killed. So we need documents of those things to be talking about them. So that is how healing will come. The Jews keep talking about the Holocaust, which happened way back. We don't really have anything about that. So the conversation of healing or reconciliation or whatever. I mean, although I feel we are beyond that, I don't think it can really work in Nigerian space. But for Igbos, we need to keep talking about it so that Ozamame, because when you follow how this thing, I just told you the story of my uncle, how he actually came home and went back and he was killed. So we want to be safe, we want to be alive. But how is it that we are caught up in this thing, this whole Nigerian project, and at the end of that, over 4 point something million of us lay dead. And to today now, we now live with the stigma and we have one exclusion from the Nigerian project. It's the job of Igbos to tell the story that people understand that it's not just as simple as say that Igbos did a coup and they are bearing the brunt. No. We should tell the story so that you follow Nigeria from before 1914, from when Christianity was brought to us, from when Western education was brought to us, that made us get educated and start venturing all over the space of Nigeria, and how eventually that became our undoing, and we became easy pickings and targets. We have to, that whole timeline has to be followed. Where did we make the error? Why did they make Uzogu the first intelligence officer? Who was feeding him information, the so-called intelligence that made him act? Why did Ahmadu Bello, why did they grant him that interview where he was saying he didn't like Igbos? So we need to follow those things and see how all of this happened. Those are the kind of conversation I want to see. So that another one will not happen, because another one is looming and is happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are really a hard nut. You see, those are pertinent questions that you are asking. Why the same BBC is still playing the same role, and sometimes when we talk about it, people think we are just unnecessarily being against, this
Do you
foreign.
mind if I respond to one thing he said about memorial and
Yes, go
remembrance
ahead. And before I go,
documentation? I think
yes, go
that's
ahead.
what power is about, right? If you have power, you are at liberty to tell your story, not just to tell your story, but to tell you the way you want, right?
I agree.
The day an Igbo man will become Nigerian president, or a pro-Igbo person will become Nigerian president, you will see list will come out of people who lost life, memorial will stood and all that kind of a thing. Or the day the Biafra people finally get their own freedom as they wish, all those things will remember. So it's never too late. Yeah, it's still too early, sir. If you follow history, you will see that
That gives
it's
me
still too
hope.
early.
That gives me hope because I lost a lot of uncles, so that we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
put
yeah.
a memorial on
It's
their
not since
behalf.
you lost the fight. It's still too early. Maybe in the next 100 or 200 years, you will surprise. It will take you being in a position to actually direct your own story. You're asking why did they allow the BBC interview to the other man to air? It's all about power. So when people
Right.
when I was trying to explain yesterday, it's not because you sit down for office. No, power is at play beyond all these challenge people that run around. So those are I think if you get the section of the Biafran elite that if I listen to, I see they understand that it will take that position to actually bring a lot of things to bear, to carry a lot of things. And I think the opposition too knows that, because I mean the experience of thousands of years is also at work here. So until you begin to dive into history, right, you begin to understand that we are just a generation that is passing through a phase, right? For the past 80 years, the world they very smooth, no peace everywhere, thinking that's what the world be. It wasn't like that, but we are coming back to whereby man hit man. So in the next 10 to 15 years, we've experienced a different world entirely. We will say, come, what happened? And hopefully Nigeria will fall into the cross section of whatever that is sweeping through the world right now. So power is at the center of everything. By the time a pro-Igbo presidency or an Igbo man gets into power, all these things will be with the monument and everything you will see will be after 200 years. The monument of the past heroes of America that they destroyed them, they say they erased this, right? Now Trump is back there bringing them back to life again. So that's what the world is jungle. Now man is man. So power is very important when you have power. Yes, yes. There's no limit to you. You are literally a god. Your
All
own
right.
destiny and your own people.
Thank you. Thank you. I stay humble. Yesterday you ran away and left us. But thank God you came back today.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, the reason why I had to go yesterday, yeah, though I when I saw that the situation was much under control, I wanted to return, but the studio was full. Yeah, it was just a matter of principle because the last time the gentleman was here, they gave him the platform and he was spewing a lot of hate and bigotry. And it caused a lot of chaos. In fact, I think Dr. Damages invited one other guy, a journalist, who said a lot of things that, evoked quite emotional responses from people. And it was a house of commotion that night. Yeah, so I didn't think it was appropriate for that guy to be here in the first place yesterday because even his, the name he came with, it's not something I thought you would want to admit into this forum. That's humanist jihadist. You know what jihad is. Even in some of his groups, he might not want to enter with that name because yeah, so with such name, I don't think he was supposed to enter the forum, the panel. Yeah, I have very, very strong principles, really. Yeah, even today I joined a show and P2B was supposed to speak to Nigerians on Twitter space at 7 p.m., which did not happen. And it wasn't the first time. In fact, parallel facts, whenever they say 6, it might be 8 or 9, which doesn't make sense because you don't know how far reaching these things are. If someone has cancel their shift. For example, there are so many people that are following these things. They have friends from Kenya, friends from different parts of the world, Ghana, and the rest of them. And then you tell them, oh, that this guy that you people so much respect is going to address Nigerians or whoever wants to listen to him at 7, and they leave everything they are doing and come at 7. So we have to start working on that. It's become being a recurring decimal, and that's what we really need to address if we are to be taken seriously. You know what I mean? If parallel fact we are going to host the British Prime Minister at 7, it will be by 7. You know what I mean? It will be at 7. Nothing will change it. But so we need to start working on that. So back to the Biafran issue.
Yes, sir.
Again, it's a topic that is so much like the fact that we are discussing these things because for years and decades, these people had put a mechanism in place for us not to discuss these things because this is very, very crucial to our history. And when we talk about some very notable countries, we talk about their wars. You cannot talk about Germany today without talking about the First World War, Second World War, and so many other wars. You can't talk about America today without talking about the Civil War that lasted some decades. So several countries have fought wars and they've learned from those wars. And yeah, in our case, I knew it was more of a genocide, really, and several foreign interests, wanted the oil and some other resources and the control and everything. Like someone mentioned, said that the guys that there's some kind of foreign manipulation, which I agree. Everybody, though some people know that, not everybody really, because many people still think that maybe Zogo and some guys just woke up and they were patriotic, really. But you know how these foreign powers will hijack things. They will play behind, and you will never see them. You will never see their footprint. They will use people and continue to manipulate everything that happens. So the guys that the key actors in this the first military coup, they were young officers. They might have had some kind of backing, and then the ultimate I think the ultimate motive of their backers was to cause some kind of chaos and ultimately sideline some ethnic nationalities as a result. But probably the actors in the queue did not see that side of it. The side that they just saw, just like you live in the Western world, how they just come smiling and you don't know what they have in mind. They will tell you, oh, we support you, remove these people, install, the government that's not corrupt, blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, they're looking at the resources, they're looking at causing chaos, etc, etc. So many things happened during that war. Yeah, I won't go on with the stories of the killings of this and that and that. We all know those things. We've read a lot of books, but again, we are looking at solutions, right? We need to have a discussion as a country. And if that discussion does not happen, we are going nowhere. If you look at Nigeria, for example, we are talking about the projects, the infrastructural budgets, and they're sidelining the Southeast. That means it is still a problem. We still have the Igbo problem in Nigeria. And if you look at things, how things have happened in Nigeria, you see that Igbo problem, they would prefer for the whole Nigeria to be backward, if that will affect the Igbos. They would prefer even to kill a lot of people if Igbo people will be affected. So that Igbo question is still there. And that Igbo question is not just about the Hausas, it's not just about the Yorubas. We need to understand this, that the American, the British, they still think that the Igbos are a threat. That if the Igbos are allowed to have that power, that they would probably take Africa from them. So it is not still the Yoruba or the Hausa or Fulani. It's a collaboration, with some foreign powers, elements, still trying to hold Nigeria down, so that these particular people will not make progress because they fear. If you've read what happened during the slave trade, what the Igbos did when they were carried to America and the Caribbeans to work, you'll see why the foreign powers still fear the Igbos. All right. Yeah, so I think we should have that discussion. We should have a conversation. And, for Nigeria to move forward, we should have a constitution that is the people's constitution. Because the constitution that we operate in Nigeria today is still copy and paste from all the Macpherson's constitution, the Arthur Richards constitutions. We don't have, it's not a military. Some people say, oh, we have a military constitution. It's not the military that drafted all those. It's those white people, So it's still their Macpherson's, Richards constitution and the rest of them, copy and paste. Even the censuses that they organize in Nigeria, they are still multiply the 1953 figures by the growth rate. That's what is still happening in Nigeria. So that conversation needs to take place. Fortunately, the generation that we are having now is the generation that's now asking questions. They're now asking questions. Why this? Why that? Why do you tell me to hate this person?
Thank you. I'm coming back to you. Please bear in mind what I'm going to ask
Sorry,
you is what
KJ, this guy no understand what I'm misinterpreting me.
Hold on, I'm coming to you, but hold on. Bear in mind, I'm coming back to you. Stay humble. When you're going to make another submission, tell me what is the thing that Biafra could have done better to be accepted right now as the Nigeria government is. But let me go to Ovie, please give me a minute. Let me go to Mazi Okpara. Mazi Okpara, you're welcome. We are trying to put a face to what because sometimes when we talk about Biafra, people don't really know. There are people who were children who now are adults and they're still living with that pain that they went through. For me as a person, because I was told a lot of, in fact, my late dad showed me a dispensary where everybody was cleared in my community. Both the nurse, everybody, they buried everybody. Okay, but he said at that time, the reason for telling me this story was that I should never come back. Then I was in the university. I should never come back to the community late. If I get to the community, at Umahia and I don't have a transport that will take me straight to the community and it is evening, that I shouldn't come back because you can actually walk to my community from there. I shouldn't come back because that dispensary had a human skull that begins to wail from 6 p.m. till almost, nobody knows when it stops. But they just notice that once it is dark and it's around 6 p.m., it starts just wailing. A empty skull, just wail and wail and wail and wail throughout the night. So nobody knows, what was the kind of by the person, whoever it was, passed through. But it was there for a long time. So these are some of the traumas that people live with. Imagine the trauma that people in that community will be living with, even if more so that when your person is coming back, you advise them, please don't come back, or if you don't have transport, don't come back, remain where you are. So what is your own this? What do you think we should have done better, or how do you see the trauma that the Igbos are passing at this hour?
Yeah, thank you, KJ, and my friends on the platform. KJ, before I continue, I want to play you just a clip, and please, you can later go and watch the clip because it's almost 1 hour, 30 minutes clip. But I just want to show about 1 minute.
Okay.
This guy is not a Biafran, he's not an Igbo guy, but he's somebody from Igala. He fought for Nigeria. And Edmond Obilo interviewed him. I don't know if you know Edmond Obilo.
I know Edmond very well.
So sorry. This is very interesting. Somebody salutes Peters,
You call it Holocaust. Yes. How? When the group came up, we got jubilation all over the state in Kaduna. We were jubilating. Called the first school revolution. A revolution. Why was it a revolution? I don't agree with those who tag Nzobo revolution as Igbo revolution. They made an alliance with the party of Akitola. That was, I was telling that the ruling party wanted to extend their political tentacle to capture power. In the West, revolution is a revolution, whether people are from the same place, provided you have the same mind to remove those in power. It doesn't matter at all. So, was given that national honor. So, he was a hero. Look at how they left the North in chaos. How many of them became president of this country from northern part of the country? Look at the poverty there. At alarming rate, what or not, we rule. Our people govern for almost 20-something years. But what have we gotten from the north? Poverty and squalor. Abject poverty in the north. Why did you join the army to fight Biafra? And I reminded Nigeria that the block
please, if you have time, watch this man.
He watched
it.
I watched that interview, yes. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I couldn't use it for this program because it's on.
I know.
So I couldn't. No, not because he's not giving the opportunity. It's because it's on X, and my system refused to download X. So I don't know for what reason.
Okay, no, this is on YouTube anyway.
Okay.
So, and this Edmond Obilo, he has interviewed a lot of people, non-Igbos, mostly Yorubas. There's another one called Professor Tola Adeniyi. He called Nzogu the Jesus of Africa. This is Professor Tola Adeniyi. So when we come here and some people are telling you Igbos did that, Biafra did that, this and that, because they are coming from, bigotry, side. They don't want to see things as it happened. Now, let me come back to why we're here today. I think every family in Igbo land has a story to tell about the Biafran genocide. My mother lost 2 of her brothers. Her junior brothers were victims of the war. Though they were they were Biafran soldiers. They didn't come back as we speak. Nobody knew where they were buried, where they died. The only one that came back with that leg, with that one leg. and he suffered till he died. I lost a twin sister, my twin sisters from Kwashoko. This is biological sister, not cousins, but biological sisters through Kwashoko. So the agony, the sorrow, the anxiety, when it stayed there. And when all these old people tell you the history of Biafra, I told you yesterday, I will just say yay when it happened. Now let me tell you, I was 1 year when my dad died, because my dad died in the war. I was the last child of my dad. He was in his 40s when he died in the war. My dad, he didn't come back. We're saying this thing because today is, tomorrow I'm not going to work because tomorrow for me is a remembrance. My dad died, my uncles died, my sisters died in the war. So when we come here and become emotional, nobody should blame us. When we come here to tell our stories and somebody is telling you, move on. If Nigeria had discussed what caused the war and at least make peace with the spirit of those who died in both sides after the war, 1970, by now this thing would have been kind of a ceremony, like it's done here in Germany 80 years after the Second World War. It is, that day they remember it, they go to church, or our chancellor comes and said, "Nie wieder." That means "nie wieder" means never again. They take flowers to the unknown graves, say "nie wieder," and every day here they tell the children what Hitler did to the Jews, even to the Germans who were against him. The story is being told every day, being taught in the schools, from secondary to university. There is a station here, a television station that all shows you every day how the horror of the war. So you grew up here, you know that the war happened and it was horrible, it was bloody, and you won't be talking about war anymore because they taught you the whole thing. But in Nigeria, after the war, they told you that don't say about Biafra. Even though Gowon told you, never again you mention Biafra in your mouth. He said it. Gowon after the war. A war that took millions of lives. And you woke up and said the victims never say about it. Don't talk about it. And then because our parents were defeated, our parents were crushed. Our parents were humiliated. They swallowed the whole thing. And in fact, if you talk about it, even your parents will tell you, please, mechiano, ekuzuna. That is what we are going through until this time, until a few years ago, when a young man called Nanika said, look, we have to discuss about these things. Because if we are not, any problem that is not discussed is not solved.
Yeah.
If it's not discussed, it's not solved. Even last few years, even Ben Bruce even was asking, why did you remove Bite of Biafra from why did you change it? Because it was kind of insane that such thing happened in Africa, and you just swept it under the carpet and said nobody should talk about it. Now the generation of those people that lost their parents, their siblings, their uncles, they're asking questions. And we must ask these questions. We don't want to go to war. Nobody's talking about war anymore. But what happened? And how are we going to reconcile? and live in harmony with each other. Because it is painful. I've told you my own desire. It is painful. My father was a very educated man. He didn't want to go to war, but he had to go. And that's why my mother was unable to train us, to university, because thank God that even we went to school after he died, after the war ended. So this thing.
This goes to there's a sister who was asking me, I hope it's a sister. Okay, AY for real. AY for real. This is for you. You said that I promised to bring people.
AY is an auntie.
Yes, AY for real. you say I promised to bring people who will talk about it.
He's an
You see,
auntie.
these discussions we are holding is not very simple to hold, especially for those who were partakers. I have an uncle. His name is I don't want to call his name because right now he has a prominent position in his business. He told me each time he gets to Ozuakoli, he stops his car. He tells his driver to stop. The driver stops. And I'm telling you real story now, AY, since you want to hear it. His driver stops. He takes off his shoes. He comes down on the railway, the railroad crossing Ozuakoli. He will stand there with his bare foot and then bow down and kiss the earth and remain in that position for like 1 minute before he stands up. And when he stands up, according to his driver, his eyes is full of tears and red. And when he was telling me, he said that he remembers spending 3 days among the dead in that place. All his troops, all his battalion was wiped out except him. And the only way he survived was because those people who were wiped out, who were acquired by the occupying force, okay, they all fell over him. As they were falling over him. So it was assumed that all of them were dead. So because of that position they were, these guys didn't go further anymore. They just made a camp around that place where these guys were lying. And so he could not get up. They were there because there was some village, there was some house around there. They ransacked the houses, brought out the food. We were there cooking and eating and dancing. Okay, that Ozuakoli has fallen. And after 3 days, they now moved off. That was the only time he was able to stand out, managed to pull himself out of the dead. And today, each time he had refused to write a book because said it was too horrific for him to write what he saw. And some of us who are, who he knows that we sometimes, play with media, he just tells us few of these stories. So these things are real. It's not. We're not talking about. It's not fiction. It's not Hollywood. It's not Hollywood. These things are real. And
KJ,
Second World
can I
War was
conclude, please?
celebrated
Can I
a couple
conclude?
of days
Let me
ago. It
let
was
me
remembered.
conclude, please.
Okay,
Let me conclude.
I'll conclude.
Let me
Yes,
conclude. Finally, I had an uncle who lived in Castina, and then who saw the mayhem in Castina. He had transportation company over then. In fact, if not because of this guy, my uncle is late now, a lot of our people, mostly from my village or my town, would have been slaughtered over there. But thank God, with his Maurice Minor, he was able to bring some. So that time when I was living in the north, if I go back and tell where are you living, I told him I live in the north. So yeah, but this man will be really. Are you guys crazy? What can't you don't you understand? Don't you hear things? Why should you go back there? This is the memories that our people lived on. And this man, in fact, let me tell you, before that thing he died about 4 years ago. This man, he really was around 90 years. This guy never crossed River Niger to anywhere. He never. He swore he would never cross River Niger to anywhere because of what he saw. The anarchy. he saw. So when we talk about this thing, please, people should understand us. Nobody's talking about war or this and that, but let us, pour our emotions. Let us pour our anger, our anxiety. It helps in depression. If you psychologically, it is good for us to shout and shout it out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
KJ,
Okay.
KJ,
Yes.
you know what make me decide to say I want to study America from history
No.
perspective?
No.
Now, one of my history class. So the history professor was giving the tale of how they dropped nuke on Japan, level everywhere. So I could see the enthusiasm and see the way with proud and the way they give the lecture and all that. Then 3 days later, he invites the student community to come. One lunch in book at the center around the American Civil War. When this man they talk about the American Civil War, the Civil War is not them fight, right? Through first time in history, whereby you see two sides of the armies graduate from the same college, so they know this. So when he was giving the tale, how then they fight this, the man they cry. Then the thing shocked me. I said, "Come, this guy was full of pride and everything when they dropped nuke, wipe a whole country out. But when they fight, when in they talk calm, I begin to say, come. I mean, I never see this kind before. Then I begin dig deeper. So when people they say forget, it's part of it. That means you are saying we should forget who we are as a Nigerian. If we want to admit we're Nigerian, so it's not even about Biafran now. This is Nigerian story. There's no way you can say Nigerian story without. I mean, that's the big part of the Nigerian story.
I agree with you.
So World War
Go
II,
ahead.
they just remember World War II a couple of days ago. The whole world remember it. Right,
Yes.
the whole world, even our own president. Also, again, the guy on comment section also saying that he disagree with me that it's about moral and about understand me. I am not, of course, it's about moral, right? And not to repeat for the future event. And I make Nigerian government do the do. I am saying the same thing. I'm saying the day we will get somebody. I mean, how do you expect people who won to won? What do they won't remember? It's as if you are mocking. So I understand that perspective, and it's not even their responsibility. And again, the video you played, my brother just spoke about the speaker alleging that the fact that the North is not developing, they're heading us back. I think there's a question we are not actually asking ourselves, right? Because what if the immediate goal is not to develop? If the immediate goal is to take everywhere first, then you start development. People not ask. You understand? Because you go history. If you take over territory, not be development, not be the immediate, right? You go scavenger first before you know they can settlement you want to. So at this point, they are still gaining territory. That is the focus. They are still gaining territory. Forget development. Development, that is left for the future generation. Our job is to take the territory. So that's the question we are not asking, because that's how these people, this ideology work. You think ahead. It's not about you people where they design Dubai, they are no longer here. They don't design how.
I agree with you.
So by the time they get to the oil, 100%, you will see about development will come. The whole country will change like Dubai. You will see.
My question to you, and maybe to the panel is this: the issue of Biafra, um, bad as it may be from maybe the Biafran side, and good as it may be from the northern side, is there that it doesn't seem to me that there is something that both those who claim to have won, have learned from the joy of their victory. Okay, because the past president, he said, "You guys remember what we did, and if need be, he will do it again." This is what he said in the modern time. Now, I'm coming over here. Hold on, I'm laying a foundation so you can speak. Now, that coup that he's representing by that statement was done by Chukwumanzogu. And I want to put it on record. I don't have anything against Chukwumanzogu. And many historians, many people who who are in the army with him said if it was just a question of time, somebody would have done it if he didn't do it. Anyway, now my other point I want you to also comment on why or bear in mind while you're speaking is that the Oka coup was never called a middle belt coup. Neither was it called a northern coup. But this is the point I want you to realize. Oka, in his coup, said he exercised 5 northern states. Now, in most of what we have seen in modern Nigeria, most people attribute the issues that had to do with Nigeria to the 5 northern states. Can you speak to that, Ovie? And after that, I'm coming to you. Okay, why Ovie is thinking about?
No, the other guy has not spoken
Yeah,
yet. If I'm not
stay
mistaken.
humble. Can you
Stay
speak
humble. Sorry.
Okay, I think you've asked me 2 questions now, right? You said I should talk
Yes,
about what
it's 2 questions. Yes.
the Igbos need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay, so I think that
yes, go ahead.
There is nothing really that they need to do extra. Yes, I think they've done everything they should do to be reintegrated into the Nigerian society. And you remember that after the war or the genocide, that because let us call it what it is, it was a genocide, and the reason for that genocide was because of the resources. And it wasn't the first time that there will be a genocide in any part of the world. Remember that there was a genocide in Argentina, and almost the whole black population of Argentina was wiped out. It happened in Australia. So that was what was going to happen to the Igbos. So the coup was just instigated so as to give a dog a bad name. The people that plotted the coup were not doing it because they were representing the Igbos. People that plotted the coup, and probably like Javier said, they had some backing, and then okay, let's do this thing, and then let's use our media and give it a name. Oh, that it is these people, and then let's now come in with our ammunition and clear them. And the reason why so many people are still angry with the Igbos is that how did you survive? The plan was to wipe you out. I met a British doctor in Wales, in Cardiff, and when we were discussing, and then when she realized that I was Igbo, she was shocked. Like, yeah, and I, because of my knowledge of history and political science, I knew why she was shocked, because she had lived in the north. They come in to the north, they travel to Zaria, they travel to Kano every time. Their doctors go to Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital and work. They are there. If you go to the north, you will see British doctors. They are there working. And they are not just working, they're all part of the grand scheme, right? So the fear is that how did you survive? How we planned to wipe you people out, and somehow you survived it. And that is still the hatred today. Like, how did these people survive? Because after the war, even before the war, the Igbos were everywhere in Nigeria. And even after the war, the Igbos went with their free-mindedness, went to different parts of the country. Even with the 20 pounds they gave them, they still continue to trade, to do their business, to live peacefully with everyone. We've suffered a lot of killings since then and all sorts of things. We've not gone to anybody's territory to start killing them. We've been the most peaceful ethnic nationality in Nigeria. I think Igbos have done everything to reintegrate into the Nigerian society, but the Nigerian society, not the Nigerians, most of the Nigerians are innocent, and some are just being driven by some propaganda and some hate and the rest of them. But most Nigerians, even especially this new generation of Nigerians growing, they want a conversation, a discussion about Nigeria, and for Nigeria to move forward and for Nigeria to progress. All right. So go to the second question. I can't remember exactly your wording. Sorry for the second question.
Okay, the second question is even me, I've forgotten.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mona they think. Mona
No,
they
no.
think.
If you
This
know
na
the
TV.
question, remind
Mona
me
they
of.
think.
Yeah, sorry. The
Mona they
second.
think. Mona.
So now, yeah, I remember now. Now, the second question is this: a particular president said,
Mm,
"We don't have any regret. We did it in
mm,
1967, and if need be, we would do it again." In other
yeah.
words, whatever was done is just a small thing. I like to also like to agree with you what you said, because I've heard somebody else who said their intention was to wipe out the race. Now, if need be, we'll do it again. And then, remember, he went ahead to say, you people don't even have anywhere to escape because you're all landlocked. All right. Oka, in his school, in his maiden broadcast, said the five northern Nigeria have been ostracized because these people are the bulk of the problem with us.
Mm,
Now, if you use that as a yardstick to judge what happened during the Chukwumazogu school,
mm.
is there any resemblance of what may have transpired in the army among these army boys that so think that these people are a problem?
What? Sorry, I didn't
That
get the last
so
word.
think that the five northern states are a problem.
Okay, so you see, when these guys are plotting, they are doing their conspiracy. They are looking at value. They are looking at resources. You know, if they think that a particular nationality or a particular territory is of great, immense value to them, whatever happens there, whatever they say, they will attach a lot of importance to it. If you look at the Nnamdi Kano's case now, so many people have come out, even from different nationalities in Nigeria, different ethnic nationalities, to agitate that, look, we are going to break out from Nigeria. We are going to break away, give us this. We are going to destroy this, destroy that. And today, my brother, they are walking freely. Even people have threatened revolution and they are walking freely. But come out today to say, oh, I want to break Nigeria, I want to do this, then DSS, everybody, all the apparatus of the state will go after you because of the importance that they attach to the, Igbo race. These people scheming this is have known the Igbos for more than 200 years. And they know what the Igbos could do. Because one thing that we fail to understand is that there are unseen hands. And that's one thing that Nigerians have not yet grasped, that there are unseen hands. So each time they see a Bola Tinubu, each time they see a Buhari, each time they see a Babangida, those people are just puppets. They're not the main actors. And that's why each time after their whole shenanigans, you see the IMF, Financial Times, praising them. Oh, that look, that this Tinubu has transformed Nigeria. The other time Wike and some ministers traveled to London to say what they've done in Nigeria, their scorecard and everything, their so-called reform. So that should make Nigerians really think about who is paying the piper. So when we are thinking about Nigeria and all the events of Nigeria and what these people have been saying, we have to reconcile it with history. How does it relate to this, foreign interference in Nigeria? And to be honest with you, if Nigerians don't confront pari passu the problems of Nigeria with and those unseen hands, the problems will continue. So
Yeah,
why
and
not
that
confronting?
that I agree with you, and that's my challenge, because there are very few of us who think geopolitics, and even when we think geopolitics, I run away from discussing geopolitics on this platform, because politics is not all about military strategies. There are many systems, many strategies that are used in geopolitics, that not only just one direction of using military. So, and sorry, I'm taking a bit of it. I want to come to Ovie. You see, when we're looking at for a nation, that a people who want to build a nation, the strategy we use will be open, and it will be close to each and every one of us. In other words, just like he mentioned, the unseen hand that have been operating this system for us and making us clash with one another. Is it not time that we are able to see beyond that? Are you saying that all the professors, strategists, technocrats, and even the Jagaban, with all his Jagabanness, has not been able to see that there's a hand that is keeping us from getting to where we will now be called a destination in the world?
Thank you, KG. First of, yeah, there's a very to factor in. There are two ways to understand the Nigerian power, right? The local power and the foreign power. And the local, it depends on the unity of the local power that will determine the amount of influence that the outsider will have, right? So that's why that's why I say the civil war, there is so many dimensions to it. Because if you analyze the civil war from the economic perspective, because at the end of the civil war, again, we are still not talking about it. It ushered in the presidential system. The difference between that in our own space is, if you look at people, the elder ones, they'll be saying that in the early days of our democracy, we were prospering. That is because there is a competition between the three big wigs, the three big names, for the sake of conversation, the South, the East, and the North. There is a competition. That competition make every leader look inward to build their own people, because your bragging right is what is the prosperity of your people. That is your bragging right. And that is what the presidential system destroys. And that's where America comes in. That is the only way they can have direct access to the control of the resources, is to jam everybody together, whether we like it or not. Now, what the Civil War achieved was to create winners and losers. Because when they say that people no lose, there's no prosperity, we keep forgetting is that the South is lost out of the sharing formula of power. That's anywhere you go, that's at the center of everything. They lost out of that is the biggest loss. Now you can question what the other people are doing with the power. That should not be your concern, as far as I'm concerned, right? Unless you are in there. But if you look at it from that angle, so the foreign effect, that's why when some people talk, say, we too they blame the outside. I kind of understand, I want to agree with them, but only if you understand the situation on ground. So if you look at the dynamic of Nigeria, the South and the North, we are not going to do, we don't, there's no common goal socially. Everybody just did that. So whoever get power empowers his people and put their own vision ahead. So and they are doing that at the detriment of everybody, right? So the West, they like that. Easy, right? So they identified those people who will continue the tradition. So if you look at it from that angle, you understand that for us to actually attain the idea of progress, say we want to nationalize, that we have to find a common goal. We have to find a way to compete, because right now, all of them in one place. There's no competition. That's why for me, especially like me, I wish for the country to split into two: Muslim, Christian, North and South. Let the competition begin. If they don't want to go to the final stage of democracy, which to give every state their own autonomy. Because at the end of the day, if we want everybody to actually benefit and rise together, we have to have a republic whereby every state have its own autonomy. Then we have a federation that are in charge of our finance, our military and foreign affairs. But since these men are not ready to do that, even going back to regional is not going to work. At the end of the day, one ideology will win. And I'll put my money on the Islamic ideology. It will win. We are going to have an Islamic social state, as far as I'm concerned, because it's about company. If you look outside Nigeria, forget Africa now, maybe our own fate are the same. Just look the Europe, everybody. That is at the core of the competition. So it is when you look at the economic angle, that's where the West come in. Of course, if there were if not democratic power, they will go as far as reach to inside ideology and all that kind of thing. But the most important thing is that economy. So our leaders, in order to avoid being greedy, they accept the peanuts that the West leave for us to manage, and it's not even what they left for us, but the rules and regulation that comes with it. Soon as that go, the shah say will not build military. Just say this, you cannot build military. You know fit. You
Okay.
can't.
Thank
And the
you, Ovie.
conversation again, you asked that when are we going to start having conversation? We are having a conversation, right?
Okay.
Because
All right.
just 20 years from now, it will be our generation that will occupy the house, even though it's too long. But if our generation find itself in the house, this is there's no way anybody can shut up or have this kind of conversation.
No,
So
that's my fear.
the
That's my fear,
generation who
Ovie.
fought the civil
My
war are still
generation,
managing things. So they manage the rhetoric, they
my
manage
generation
everything.
is in the house now, and they're not allowing
And
them.
so
Even those who are from the north who mean well are not allowed to bring up these issues.
but the invisible power are those men who finally gain after the war, who fought the civil war, who wrote the constitution. They still manage things behind the scene. They manage power, they manage our communication. Pretty much the most important sectors of our economy, they manage it. So right, so
All
but
right.
they are on their way out. They are in their 80s and 90s. So naturally they go all die out. It now depends on how the next generation put up fight.
Let's move
Then we
faster.
now know how the conversation proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate your contributions and each and every one of you. I like to thank, in fact, your contribution has dragged the big masquerade out, aka Ngozika Nwawawa. It's not easy to see her on the platform. So if whatever you have contributed, please keep contributing, so that she can be coming more and more, so we can see her, at least Mokuna, our sister, very well. And also the righteous man is here, and thank you. You are all welcome to this platform. It's like I said, it's a civil discussion. We are not going to change Nigeria by what we say, but let's just say what we need to say in a good conscience. We may not always agree, but let's have people converse. As long as we judge, I keep saying, we will not war. But if they refuse us to judge, then the other problem is boom boom, which is not good. All right, Angie, which is your take? You have heard us so far. Do you want me to tell the story of my dad, or you want to say your own story?
Good evening, Brother KJ. Good evening, everyone.
Good
It's
evening.
been a while. I was sorry. I was debating whether to join or not because I know how intense this kind of discussions can get, and I don't think I have the mental bandwidth to deal with emotions flying. Mr. Righteous Man, nice to see you. You are in this hellhole with me, so special shout out to you. I I joined because tomorrow is 30th of May, and it holds a very special place in my heart. Like it's not because they are forcing people to, they are enforcing it um, in a hard way. But I think for most people, and I'm saying this is just my personal opinion. The idea of Biafra, for most Igbo people, the idea of Biafra is beyond the struggle that is going on right now. The idea of Biafra is like that utopia, oh, we could have had. It's just like that good thing that never really was. You never really know how good it would have been because it sort of did not live long. It was short lived. So there's this utopian view about it. There's this, "Oh, we had our own thing once, we could have had it again if only we use it to console ourselves. It was our thing, it was our identity." So a lot of people, a lot of people will identify with it, and it's deep. It's deep. It's hard for you to see any Igbo person that does not like the idea of Biafra, that does not sympathize with the, not, I'm not talking about the armed struggle that's currently going on. I'm talking about the idea of Biafra. Having said that, I it's also important to me because my grandmother, I know I've said this before, lost her brother, as at that time her only brother, in the war. He was conscripted into the army. He went and never returned. And my grandma is, I think, in her 90s now, and she still mourns him. They did not even get to bury. She did not. I think one of the things that hurts her the most, according to the way she laments, is she says that they did not even get the opportunity to have closure. That it would have been better off if they saw a body, a dead body. That it would have been better off if they saw a dead body. But nothing, nothing. Your brother just disappeared into thin air, and then you have to live with not knowing how it ended for him. And you know how deeply spiritual uh, and what our people think about the afterlife. They believe that one should not give him a proper burial. You wonder. So there's that sense of that. So even though traditionally they did, when there's this thing we say Isenetemoya, they did those that traditional um rites where you're supposed to draw his spirit home and those kind of thing. But still, she still mourns him, and it hurts. It hurts to see the way she still mourns him more than 60 years after. And for you to know how these things affected most families and why most Igbo people will always identify with the idea of Biafra. It goes beyond people going missing in the war or dying in the war to how families were impacted. Like I said, as at that time, he was my grandma's only brother. So when he went missing and never returned from the war, um, she had no brother. And you know how Ndibo are very particular about lineage, continuing your lineage and those kind of things. They had nobody to continue their lineage because I think her father was late. So as at that time, her father was late. So it was just she and her sisters. So her family was greatly impacted to the point that when she tells me the story of how it was my grandfather, her husband, who stepped in and said that he would not be alive and watch his in-laws lineage close. So what did they do? They went searching for a wife for him posthumously because they assumed he was dead. He didn't come home, so the assumption was that he was dead. So they went searching for a wife posthumously for him, and they did because this kind of thing still happens. So they got him a wife, and
Mm.
I don't want to go into the details because most people that are conversant with this part of Igbo culture knows exactly how offsprings come from this
Mm-hmm.
kind of union, but it's
Mm-hmm.
a pretty normal arrangement. It's still done to today. Maybe not, maybe with a few adjustments here and there, but the practice is still present in
It's still very
today.
much alive.
Yes,
Agree.
he's still very present in today's Igbo culture. So they got a wife for him, and of course he has children. And he has grandchildren now. He has grandchildren now, but you can see how that impacted my grandmother's family and ours by extension. And she has really, and not just ours. In 2023, I had the opportunity to work with a PhD candidate. I was her research assistant for months. I spent months as at Enugu Archives. Some of you do not know that is part of my side hustle. I'm a research assistant, so I spent months at Enugu Archives, and as part of what she was working on, she needed to look at the war years 1967 to 1970. Some of the information we needed, we had to get them from the war period. We needed some information about the war period concerning what we, but bottom line is, what I found out was it was a pretty terrible period, and I don't think that there's anything that can change the way the war impacted families even till date. Because I am seeing reports of I'm seeing accounts of very, very, very terrible things, like official documents of very terrible things that happened during that period. And I'm imagining, how do people get over this? It's terrible. It was terrible. I'm seeing official communique during the war. It was terrible. I'm seeing real life accounts. And it did not help matters that as part of the research, we had to do field work. I had to go talk to some survivors, people that lived during that period that survived the war. And one of them was an older woman. She said to me, she said, Blessing on mom, see ama. I say, Ara Ajoka. I said, yes, ma. Said it. She said it 3 times. Ara Ajoka. I said yes, ma. She said Ara Ajoka, meaning loosely translated, war is terrible. War is terrible. War is terrible. Then she went on to narrate to me how it was for them in the village. The airstrikes, people going missing, the malnutrition, the starvation. I spoke to another old woman and she told me how one particular day, she said, I asked her how I was asking them about Afia attack. For some of you that do not know about Afia attack, it was where women, especially, traded across enemy lines during the war for essentials. Most of them went to those tradings and never returned. Most of them had to do more than just trading to get the essentials that their people needed. So she was telling me a brief. I was asking her about the Afia attack, how they did it, how did they manage to cross Afia. She told me that because part of the research we were working on had to do with women, the role they played, sexuality, prostitution, and all those kind of things. And I was asking her in particular about the prostitution aspect. She's a very old woman. She smiled. She said it was a war period. People were trying to survive. I kept pressing. I said, yes, but I know. But do you know women? Which she repeated it again. She said, Mom, it was a war period. People had to survive. Yes, there were women who were doing what you're asking me. It was all about survival. There were women who even married the enemies, that is the people from the other side. It was a war period and it was terrible. She said there was a day, there were days they would be cooking when they managed to get home, and she said a siren usually went off before the airstrike. If you're close by, you hear the siren. This side, she had food. The last bit of food they managed to scrap together. She had it on fire when the siren went off. She said she had a little baby that was still suckling. She took the baby and ran. They usually had a bunker or something that they usually run to. So she took the baby and started running. I said, with the food on the fire, she said that was the last food they had in the house, but she had to leave it on fire because they had to be alive after the airstrike to eat that food, and she had to run with her baby. And she said when they were running, everybody was, when you're running, you'll be calling your relative, come out. Oh, where are you? Are you outside already? And her father-in-law came out with his cane and sat in front of the house and refused to run. And they were, Papa, let's go, Papa, let's go, hurry, hurry, hurry. He said he's not going anywhere, that he's tired of running, that if today is the day he will join his ancestors, that he's ready, that he's tired of running, that they should run and go and secure themselves. If they come back and they meet his dead body and they can bury him, they should bury him. She said, fortunately for that day, they ran, and after everything had calmed down, they came back, they met the man, he survived it, but the food, of course, the food was gone, and that was all they had to eat for that day, and they had to scrape around for whatever. So yes, I don't know what part of the discussion this fits in, but the Biafran
No, no, no. You've told. In fact, AY who has been asking for first-hand information, or rather first-hand story, you have heard, more than enough. And those of us who are here, in fact, Ngosika just told exactly what this morning, while preparing for this program, I spoke to my mom, and just like that old woman said, that's exactly what she said. She said the war is not good. That is not something she would wish to repeat, and that everybody should do everything possible to avoid it. It's only those who have not witnessed what it were that will want to go into it. Her brother, who was one of the richest in my community, his house was what was used by the the Biafran soldiers and eventually taken over by the Nigerian soldiers. He died in the war. He was the richest in my community. The house he was building wasn't complete. If you go into my community now, that's the only house you see is the children that completed many years after because there was no money to complete it. It was a very big house, and so it couldn't be completed. So we have, stories all around for those who want to hear the experiences that the Igbos and their families went through. My mom told me this morning that God fought for the Igbos. That's what she said. Or Chuku Severai. That in her words, the land, that is earth, fought for the Igbos. The grasses fought for them. The trees fought for them. In fact, in what she was talking to me about, she said, those days the Iroko trees became so mighty that it covers up the whole forest, so you can
Yes,
hardly
I
see
was
through it.
sorry,
Okay, so
Mr.
it became
Cages.
yes. Go ahead.
Sorry that I'm
No, go ahead.
interrupting you.
It's
I
okay. Go
want to
ahead.
quickly round up so that I will go.
Yes.
I This thing you mentioned now, there are so many myths. So my place, there is this Ago. Any Igbo person here will know what Ago is. Ago is the farmland that the farmstead that is a bit further from the homestead, not the one close to the homestead. We call it Ubi. The one that is farther, we call it Ago. So there is this part of our Ago where I come from that is the ground is I can't call it concrete because since I was born, that place has been like that. You
Yes.
you,
Very
you
hard.
can't farm on it. And I'm
Yes.
talking a very wide expanse of land.
Yes.
I asked my grandma about it and my uncle. It was actually my uncle that told me that it was the barracks. What I don't remember is whose barrack it was, whether it was the Nigerian army barrack or the Biafran people's barrack. He said it was a barrack. And that barrack, he said that only boys could go there safely. And I asked why. He said, when the war started dying down and people were beginning to move around a bit and not running for their life every other time, people were trying to survive. So you had children hawking. If you got oranges or whatever you could get, you go to the barrack. Maybe the soldiers will buy from you. So children were hawking. He said the reason they did not allow girls to hawk was because sometimes they went there and they were raped. Yes, the soldiers will rape them, will rape the girls. So the girls were not allowed to go there. It was just the boys. I said, what of the boys? He was like, but it was the girls that they were hearing that was so because of that the girls could not go. And then the myth that came from the war. There's this huge tree in my place. There's this huge tree. Legend has it that during the war, people ran into it, and I don't know how true it is. I don't know how
That is
true it
that is
is.
very true. My mom confirmed that.
I don't know. It's a very very popular legend in my place, and I was very surprised to find out from a friend of mine that they had a similar tree in their place too, and it's the same story. And we had this I won't call it stream. It's more like I don't know how to describe it. I could call it. How do you describe a stream or a river? But it's like a cave that is deep. It's like a natural well. It's like a natural well. There's another legend that people hid inside that place and were not drowned by the water when they were hiding from the. It's funny because right now, if you mistakenly fall into that place, you're gone. You'll be swallowed up. But legend has it that during the war, people hid, and I'm talking scores and scores of people hid inside that natural well, and they did not drown.
Hmm.
And maybe because I have so much information about the war and I know I've heard so many first-hand accounts. Maybe that is why I am so against anything that will bring it back again. Maybe that is why I'm the way I am because for every single survivor and I've spoken to quite a lot of them. For every single survivor you speak to, male or female, the only thing they tell you is that God will not let it happen again. And if it must happen, that it will not be in their lifetime. They are so vehement about it They said nothing. God will not allow it happen, and that anybody that is waiting for it to happen, may it consume the person. So I find it very, very strange when these warmongers beat these drums under different guises, and they expect people like me that know to support them. I cannot support you. I cannot. I've read the fine lines. I've read the fine line. Is it the official communique? I've read it. The accounts from the Nigerian side, I've read it. The accounts from the Biafran side, I have read it. See, one good thing about during that period, we had just come out of British rule, so we're still a bit good at keeping records. So some of these records are still there. Unfortunately, because of our lack of maintenance culture, most of those documents are going extinct. They are being destroyed by these termites and whatnot. But I read it. I read the Nigerian account of the war. Survivors alike. I read the Biafran account of the war. I can draw from these accounts what's really happened. And somebody that has no idea what happened, that has not even talked to their grandma, that has not even talked to a real life survivor, is telling me, you are running away from war. You don't want your freedom. Your freedom, they are showing you freedom. You want Fulani. Are you okay? And I'm supposed to, and I'm listening to you, and when I listen to them, I am filled with holy anger. Because I wish there was a way I can force their head inside book to read, or force them to go and talk to these survivors. And it brings me back to my last point about how loud, unnecessarily loud Ndi Igbo are. Where we need to talk, we will not talk. Where we should shut up, we will open our mouth. Wow. And why do I say so? Everybody knows my opinion about, I don't want to call their name, those crazy people that don't want to hear word, that say they are fighting for me. And I've told them times without number, you're not fighting for me. Now you know what you they fight for. I have told them several times that if only you people had sense, there are better ways to come for this thing you people are doing for. And every single Igbo person that has sense, that has a bit of Igbo blood in them, will queue behind you. But no, they won't go through that route because it will not fit into what they are trying to play out. You fought a war. Some will say you did not lose, some will say they lost. I don't care. But you fought a war once, and it cost you. It cost you lives, it cost you property, it cost you time. Till today, Ndi Igbo are still trying to recover from that war. We have not fully recovered. I was telling a friend of mine the other day, she was saying something about Igbos building mansions in the villages and not living in it, and it's been a waste. And I said, you can trace this habit of building mansions in the villages to the effects of the war. Because when most of these people came back from Ugwa and the southwest and every other part of Nigeria where they were being pursued or mistreated during the war, when they came back, most of them did not have anywhere to lay their heads. Their homes were cramped. Of course, everybody came home. It's not like now, no so chuba go where be na baga. Then also chuba hanata. And there were nowhere to lay their heads. So after the war, as part of our own reconstruction, we told ourselves it won't happen again. So what did we do? We started building houses. That is why you go to villages and you see mansions. Nobody is living in it, but leave it for them like that. It is one of the effects of the war. It is psychological and it has been passed down. There are several other traits of survival and whatnot that has also been passed down, but we do not recognize these things, and it is shaping who we are. So I wonder, having come from this, why would we even give a listening ear under whatever guise they present it, of people trying to bring conflict, let's not even call it a war, of people trying to draw unnecessary military attention to our home, knowing what we've been through? Do we have to do it over again? Is it when it happens all over again before we learn our lessons? These are the issues, and I will never understand. You see, tomorrow, for the past few years since I became very conscious of about what being Igbo meant to me, without any prompting, I began to honor everything that had to do with that war without anybody's prompting. I do not need anybody's. I do not take lessons on how to be Igbo. I don't take lessons from anybody on how to be Igbo because, like I always say, nobody is more Igbo than I am. I am a full-blooded Igbo woman. Nobody is more Igbo than I am. I will not take lectures, I will not take lessons from anyone on how to be Igbo. So if my speaking the truth and the facts offend you that we are unconsciously or stupidly bringing part 2 of 1967 to 1970 to our place without any form of reinforcement, then I'm sorry. You're going to have to deal with it. But that is exactly what we are doing. And it will not end well. So before you come out and before these people, I wish there was a way to get them to actually speak to the people that went through this. I am in my heart, I am convinced that by the time they speak to 4 or 5 of these survivors, maybe they will begin to rethink, or maybe not. I don't know.
You better run. No? Passat has come for you.
KJ, are you talking, KJ? I think you are muted. KJ, you are not talking.
My sister Ngozi, good evening. It's been a long time.
All right, righteous man. Sorry, my mic. I don't know. The war caught up with the mic. Okay. Yeah, righteous man. Go ahead.
My sister Ngozi, good evening.
She may not be there. I think she's frozen. So go ahead and make your point. You can. She will hear you.
Sorry, I did not know I was muted. Good evening, Mr. Righteous Man.
How you doing?
All right, I'm doing all right. Thank you.
How Enugu now? Waiting that happen. Waiting that man commit where they happen shele for Enugu.
I don't know what is happening in
Righteous
Enugu. I
man, is
live
it
a
the
very
greeting you want
sheltered life.
or you want to make your contribution? Because we have people are lined up to make a contribution. So
KJ.
Yes.
KJ, good evening, and
Yes.
every panelist.
Good evening,
yeah,
sir.
The issue of the Nigerian Biafra war, which I do not recognize as civil war, I recognize it as Nigeria Biafran war. Is a very sympathetic one. Is a one that generations yet unborn, maybe up to 1,000 years to come, if Christ tarries, will still be remembered. Yesterday, I was watching news and I saw the Namibians, recognizing the killings and the war that took place in their country for over 100 and something years ago, the massacre of their people. After 100 and something years, they decided to remember those souls. So the war actually affected my family in a very, very dangerous manner. In a manner that last few months when I got home, I was talking with one of my elder brothers and we're discussing about the war and he started shedding tears. Real tears, not no, real physical tears, I was consoling him. It's a war that before my father departed in 1985, my father used to say it was a war that was proudly fought by the Igbos. And my father said, war is no good, but he did not regret being part of those who fought to defend the Igbo cause, the Igbo land. That was the word of my late father. He said, war is not good, but he did not regret fighting to defend the Igbo cause and Igbo land. And so my father lost 7 children. Our first male child, our second male child, our third male child, our first female child, our second female child, our fourth, and the rest of it. I think about 7 of them, 4 male and 3 female. You know, the girls died as a result of Kwashoko. And while the male went to, they were conscripted into the Biafran army, and none of them survived. The first son was killed in Omaye. I remembered in 1980, ZH or 1979, during MPP and the rest of political this in 1979. There was a burial that took place in my father's house because according to my people, when somebody is not well buried, when the spirit is not brought back to the place it belongs to, it seems that the spirit will disturb the living ones. So I think 1979, around December time, my father organized the community. The women cooked, and they gathered to cry. And a plantain stem was cut, and grave was dug with a mat laid on it, and the plantain stem was placed on it, and they were calling the name of that the first son of my father that was killed in Umaya as a Nigerian army, Biafran army captain. They were calling until a butterfly perched on that plantain stem, and then they now started praising and shouting, and they now covered the grave. You know, the women started mourning. They started, you know, kind of invoking and saying that the spirit of the man has returned back home, you know, and so on and so forth. So it was a very terrible thing. If I have to recount things I was told, because I was very little then, but I could remember vividly that January 1970, when the war ended, I think towards July or September, I was going to farm land with my mom, and just one pathway, I looked at the right side and I saw a man on a military uniform with helmet, face down. So I was telling my mom, I said, look at army person. He said, no, don't look. It's one of the soldiers that, you know, was shot dead. You know, he was decomposing there with the helmet, with the army uniform, and the black boot he was wearing, you know. So when we got home, my mother started crying again, say, who knows whose son or whose husband was lying there, and they have been maybe waiting that he would return back home. That was January time in 1970, you know. I think after the war in 1970, I witnessed that. And I witnessed also truckload of military personnel that was shattered. You know, that was precisely in a place they call Ohaji. In the village is called Awara in Ohaji. I witnessed that truck. I saw how the truck was shattered by bullets. I saw pieces of things that I don't want to mention, you know, scattered everywhere, you know. That was after the war ended, you know, so those things were still fresh, you know. And my mom will always tell me, no, don't look. Don't do this, don't look. And we were eating lizard. Lizard was our chief food. Pan kernel, breaking it and selling it, you know. There was famine in the land, no food. We are going to bush to go and search for abandoned cassavas, and because you can't find any, then my mom was using cassava leaves to prepare soup for us to eat, you know, because there was no vegetable, you know, and there was no water. We were drinking from this minapete. My mother will get alum and put inside it, you know, and the thing will filter. Then she'll be able to use it and, you know, prepare food for us, and then we'll eat. You know, there was virtually nothing, no school, nobody was going to school, there was no market, there was nothing. It's just that trying to survive life, you know, coming out from something you never planned for, and it happened. My dad was, oh, after the war, okay, let's go back to Port Harcourt and get back to our house, because my father had some properties in Port Harcourt. That was where we were all born, where he got married, where he spent his youthful age, acquired properties, had a timber market that belonged to him. When he got back there, he was chased back by the Ikwere people, you know, that it was called abandoned property and the rest of it. So the man came back, and we started living in Imo State for a while, and it was in the early 80s, after the election, I was moved down to Lagos, you know, to start a fresh life and education. So it was a very terrible experience. And I can tell you, that was what led to the demise of my father, you know, in 1985 thereof. So the pain was so much. And why I get angry about this issue is that if the Nigerian people are learning and were interested in building in one unified country, the effect of that war, what people suffered in that war, should have been enough for the political elite, for the political class, to make Nigeria and a society that everybody will enjoy. Rather, from the account my father gave, it seems to me that what led to that war is worse. I mean, it has not stopped. It is worse now than what led to that war. It is worse. Because if you are living in Nigeria today, especially outside Igbo land, I have lived in Lagos here for quite a good number of years. What I have faced as an individual, the abuse, the insult, the denial that I've suffered, because I'm from the Southeast, is something that I also, you know, try to tell the younger ones around me. See, I was not an adult, but this is what I was told that led to the war. And what we are facing here now is worse than what those people faced that time, you know. So my belief and my cry is that those who want Nigeria to be one should please sit down and think how they can make this country to work, to serve everybody's purpose, everybody's request and everybody's dream. Let me say, fortunately enough, Nigeria is not the only country that have had a war of this nature. Some countries of the world have witnessed brutal wars more than the one between the Nigerian and Biafran war. But later, they came, reconciled, and they built a very successful country. So war, I don't think there is any human being that will say war is good. But sometimes it's inevitable, because when you are pushed to the wall, you will try to react, you know. So that is the
Let me hold you. Let me hold you. Let's watch this. That's not playing.
Reconcile our differences and really save a very serious situation. But it got to the stage whereby Ojukwu, got his constituent assembly to give him the go-ahead to break away from Nigeria.
While the Nigerian military had all the firepower to execute the war, the Biafran soldiers largely depended on the ingenuity of its people, who went into research and production of war equipment.
I was selected to be one of those to join research production. Professor Pius Okeke was in physics. He's a nuclear physicist. He's a professor, he retired. He was selected also, and then one professor there is an energy specialist. Three of us were all who I remember who were selected to work with research and production as students. So most of us, I was there. I was part of the team that produced all the bombs, all the rockets, all those equipments. There was another team that was producing armored vehicles. So they are producing armored vehicles. We use Caterpillar. This tractor. This is a Caterpillar that runs on wheels to produce armored vehicles. So Biafra produced all these equipments. And then we were able to sustain the war for that period of time.
The Eva Valley headquarters of research and production, also known as PRODA, had the best hands, some of whom came from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. 78-year-old Emeka Onyiso, who witnessed the war, sheds light on how they operated.
It will surprise you what they were able to accomplish. One of the most outstanding accomplishments was what was branded Obunigwe. I'm sure you must have heard about it. And various other things. Obunigwe is a cone-shaped, sometimes cylindrical cluster bomb that disperses shrapnel with percussion. They even went as far as not only making these bombs, but providing guidance for quite some distance. And that's not a joke. That's not a joke within the short time they had to make them and use them. We had no option other than to refine crude petroleum for movement. Movement inside Biafra was maintained because our people were able to refine petrol into gas and petrol and the rest of it.
The major operational base, the famous Ojukwu Bunker and the Voice of Biafra, now houses the National War Museum, where housing some of the relics of the Civil War, including the very famous Obunigwe.
In the army section, you have the armored cars. Then at the annex is the Obunigwe. The mass killer, two of them flying Obunigwe and in his sitting place. Then these armored cars, majority of them were manufactured by the defunct Biafra. Then some of them were captured by the Nigerians or by the Biafran during the war course, even including the one they captured at Uguta, they call Uguta Boy, and even the one, the gunboat they sunk at Uguta Lake, which is still there. We made a platform to exhibit it until it is brought. So all these ones were war relics. And I want to point out that recently the army came and also helped us to maintain it.
Though the museum now wears a toga commemorating a peaceful and unified Nigeria, our tour shows the magnitude of effort put in by the Biafrans towards self-actualization.
Okay. What's happening to our... Yeah, thank you. All right.
KJ.
Go ahead. I just wanted to speak... Hold on. I wanted you to speak to the ingenuity of the Biafran squad. As you can see, majority of what you saw was being done, crafted, manufactured, everything designed by these noble men that fought the war. What will you say concerning all this very, very interesting equipment?
Yeah, KJ, do you know one thing that marvels me up to today? The quality of the Biafran pound. Can I flash a copy of it?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Because my father still preserved some good number of this paper currency, you know, and he was telling us that then when you get married, please try to let your children have this currency and know that there was a time this country had, and that they were told, my father was the commander, that they were told that nobody should destroy the money, that in the future that they are going to still use it. So it seems like a Biafra is an ideology that would be very difficult to erase in the heart of, from the heart of men.
All right.
And so recently, when I was trying to do some cleanup in the house and whatever, and I found some pieces of it, you know, this is the 5, you know, the 5 shillings, this is the 10, you know, and the rest of it. So I just said, okay, for reference purposes, for history's sake, I'm still going to preserve these little ones for the future so that children yet unborn can still see how this thing look like. And it's not smelling. It doesn't smell like our Naira. Our Naira, the moment you use it, and the next time it's smelling. But this one doesn't smell.
You see, the problem, and that's why I said, let's speak to the ingenuity of the Biafran brain. Now, that money, when I study of, I did a study, and the guy who was teaching us, who's an economist, said that is one of the best money quality, around the world, the Biafran pound, which if you squeeze it and leave it, it opens up. And this, surprisingly, this was done in Nigeria. It was done in Nigeria. It wasn't done outside of Nigeria by Nigerians who were then on the side of Biafra. What stops the federal government from inviting these people and using their talent to mitigate or to help us build forward? That's my question to you, Mr. Obara.
Yeah, wow, very interesting. Righteous man, God bless you. You are. I think we could be almost the same age. Yeah, that is your story is almost similar to my story. My brothers, you see, when you watch just this little clip you played now, you ask yourself, Ojinala ji onwe ya. Ịghọtago? Onye ji m n'ala ji onwe ya. Mmiri na-ama ohu, ya na-ama onye kpụ ya anụ.
Bam.
Ịghọtago? So, for example, I was reading many years ago. I think the guy is late. He's from data, but I think Samuel Okocha. He wrote about after the war, what then I think Sam Obomedia, then I think he was also a Nigerian military officer. So the prototypes, all these machineries now you showed, the ones that they captured, you know, they seized from the Biafran scientists. They took it to Dodon Barak then to Gowan. I read it. I just read it, and then Samuel Bumudia took it to Arabisala. I think there's something like Arabisala, and then Arabisala showed it to Gowan. I'm not sure. This is what I read, and then Gowan was very angry, very furious, and he commanded Arabisala to go out and burn those prototypes of these things you showed now. Even when Samuel Bumudia was telling him, no, we can learn from this. We can do this thing. Let's call these people together. We can learn from these people. But because of the ego, the victors against the vanquished. This is what I read. I don't know whether it's true or not, but this guy wrote that a very lengthy story about Biafra and what happened then. I think the guy is late now. So Nigeria doesn't know what they're missing from Igbo people. Even before the war, Igbo people were everywhere in Nigeria, developing places, working together, teaching them how to do this and do that, you know. But out of natural hatred, you know, it didn't start, you know, because of the coup. No, it started before then. But the ingenuity of Igbo people is what Nigeria, you know, Nigeria need us more than we need Nigeria. It is the fact. We have the numbers, we have the capacity, we have everything. We have the mineral resources that can be okay, you know, to everybody. But I don't know why the more we love them, the more the more they discard us. The more we try to accommodate, the more we try to fix it, the more they reject us. That is what the anointing about it. When you look at righteous man have told you that what is happening in Nigeria now is even worse than what happened then. He lives in Lagos. He's not this one. He's a first class, first witness. He's talking from his experiences. You know, we live over here. We live in abroad. We sometimes we go there and spend 2 weeks and come back. But this is the man who is living there. He's telling you what is going through. After 60 years, almost 60 years, the animosity is there. The discrimination is there. The subjugation is there. The marginalization is there. Where do we start from? And then my sister Ngozi, I love what she said. Well, one thing with, I have been here many times, and I do blame Igbo intellectuals. Because if they had done their work very well, Igbo politicians, Igbo leaders, after the war, if they have done their job very well, I don't think that there wouldn't have been now the kind of Wazirika and this kind of, no. But they left us, vulnerable. They never discussed anything. Okay, if I had to go my journey, that is it. And then now that we traveled, we have read, we have done our researches, and we saw what these people did to us. And we're asking questions. Some people will ask questions in different ways. Some will be, aggressive. Some will be polite. Some will be violent. But we are asking the question that they refuse to ask. For example, what stopped these people after 1970 to build a monument, to build a cenotaph where people can say, oh, this is what happened to us. To have a remembrance day, even it might not even be sit at home. In Israel, every remembrance day there is I think a minute or 2 minutes silent. Everybody will, whatever you are doing will stop, and then you respect and start going to show. I mean, to honor those people that were murdered here in Germany. But nothing was done. Our leaders, they just behaved that nothing happened. Nothing happened, and now this is the consequences. Now, young people are asking, "What have we done? Come and talk to us." And then people see it as, "Oh, these people, they have not seen war." Nobody's talking about war. Finally, even when now they kind of started his, broadcast and what do you call it now? I would say like kind of emancipation. There was nothing like a gun. These young people were carrying flags in Nigeria, in Igbo land. They were even talking, give us a referendum. They were not talking about Biafra, or give us referendum. Until Nigerian military and Nigerian states start targeting them. In democracy, young people who were carrying only flags, women, youths, old people, they were targeted, they were brutally, mauled down. And let me tell you, even here in Europe where we live here, any government that becomes tyrannical, people will revolt against that government. It's natural. You don't start killing your people who are not armed, who were demanding for justice, who were demanding for equity, who were demanding for amenities that other people, other regions are gaining, enjoying. But you start killing them, arresting them, throwing them into the dungeon, and you think that there will be peace somewhere or somehow. That is the problem. I blame squarely on Igbo leaders after the Civil War. What we are going through in Igbo land today is lack of leadership. They didn't take responsibility. They left us, vulnerable. That is what we are seeing today. But nobody's calling for war. Nobody's calling for anything. But the way mostly General Buhari reacted, KJ, you have said what he said against Ndib. He still did that animosity he has. He took it, that no Igbo man should survive. But we are surviving. We're everywhere. And nobody's talking. I'm not ready to fight. I'm not a warmonger. I'm not encouraging any war. But what I'm saying, let there be justice for Igbo people. Let there be justice for Igala people. Let there be justice for Biron people where I lived. I lived in Biron land in Jos, Bukuru. And what those people are going through today is worse than genocide. When we speak, even Nandi Kanu, he speaks against all those evil that is happening in Nigeria. Not only because he was speaking for Nandi Kanu spoke for everybody, for indigenous Hausa people, for everybody, for Yoruba, for everybody. The injustice that is going in Nigeria, that's where we have the problem. So what we are remembering today is already 30th of May. Is what happened to our people. I've told you, I lost my dad, I lost my twin sisters, I lost my uncles in this war. Unnecessary war that was, that brought to us. Ojukwu didn't want to go to war. The war was brought to us. And the only way he had to defend himself and our people. So my sister Ngozi, Those boys you see in Igbo land, something the government is a provocation. And then joblessness, no future, nothing. So if they had job, they wouldn't be going around talking about. And if the government did not attack, most of them have even lost brothers under Buhari. Some of them lost brothers, lost sisters. Do you know how many people that are languishing in Nigerian cells because they carry only Biafran flag? Why they are releasing murderous Boko Haram killers that have murdered thousands of people? They are releasing them in the name of rehabilitation and a pardon.
All right,
Thank you,
you.
my brother.
I appreciate your contribution and also giving us first-hand information on what you saw, what happened in your community and we totally sincerely on behalf of Ndibo to say thank you. I want to thank your parents, your family for the contribution that they made, the sacrifice they paid, the ultimate price. Even for righteous man and every one person whose family. I see my friend Tony, who also lost his own dad in the process. A lot of us lost a lot of loved ones. Like I've said, the richest man in my community was my uncle. He didn't survive the war, and since that time, his family have become poor. They couldn't even complete the house that he was building. It was as we grew up now that we completed that house. Very solid house. You can imagine a house built before 1960, and we didn't have a roof. Okay, just one part that was roofed, just one part of it that was roofed, and the rest stood the test of time for over 30 years. So you can imagine the quality of the house and at the time is. So these are things that affected all of us. I don't want to mention individual members of my family or extended family that they didn't make it through, or my uncle who passed about 7 years ago now, who became mental from that. He never recovered from the things that he saw and the action that he saw during the war. So it's a good thing that we are discussing this, and it's helping us to heal, whether we know it or not. I played a piece of video from Channels Television, thanks to their documentaries, for 50 years of the Nigerian Civil War. And it behoves me to think that these are Nigerians who invented those things. They are still standing. By the way, that's one of my major attractions when I go to Mahia. I just go there and look at what these people were able to do with very little or nothing, and what a nation, a people who are determined to be a nation, would have been able to do with such a beautiful idea. But most of those people have gone. You can see that Iwanyan was the last of those. He left some months ago. The question now be: is there a way? Let me leave Tony. Maybe you take your a shot before I go to ask my question. You're welcome.
Thank you, KJ. Greetings, everybody on the platform and those who are listening. Thank you. You want me to?
Go ahead. What have you heard? We have gone almost more than half of the program. What's your take?
Well, I'll try and see. The history of the Civil War, the events of the Civil War, is really something that you would not wish for even your enemy, because if you were an eyewitness to some of the things that happened, it's an experience that is difficult to find closure. I'm going to speak with just briefly, since we are just sharing experiences, because these things are important in understanding the way people feel or when they react to discuss or discussions on issues pertaining to Nigeria. I was about 8 years old, when the war started. My father, middle class federal civil servant, was transferred in 1966 to Benin City from Lagos. I was born in Lagos, grew up in Lagos. And he was working in PNT, which became Post and Telecoms and so on and so forth. So when the disturbances started, my father moved us to Asaba, where I come from. And so he was working in Benin. I recall, and I did mention it to Professor Moore when he came, when, he was on the platform. About August, I can't remember exactly the date, when the war started, we saw Biafran troops, move in a flashing operation across Asaba, because then you had one major road in Asaba called the Nebisi Road, is still there. And our house is just close by, my father's house. So we saw them move, they were singing, there was no resistance, they just lightning operation went through, and then of course that was how the Midwest operation, came. And they went as far as to Western Nigeria before they were pushed back. Now, about we saw them when they were pushed back because we saw the vehicles moving back. They were in their vehicles moving back, and we didn't know, we didn't know what was happening. Then about 2 weeks after that, there was the first plane, Nigerian plane, came. We were outside. My father's house is quite a very big house. We built it in 1959, a 12-bedroom, in a large expanse of land. So we saw this plane came up, and then there was something suspicious about the plane because it was just hovering around. We're looking at it, It was unusual, because my town is not within the plane, it's not within the area where we see planes flying regularly. So it was fascinating to see the plane, flying and moving around. As we were observing, gradually it started coming down, and then we saw, as it came very, very close, that there was something that was following the plane. Immediately, my mother said we should move in. We should go inside the house. And we went inside the house. The plane flew past our house with this thing following it. And then the next thing we had was a loud bang that shook the foundation of our house. Apparently, it was a bomb. And I feel that our house was targeted, maybe because of the way it looked, and then the plane, when that happened, we rushed out, we came outside. And then minutes after, the plane came back, and then this another same stuff was following it. So it looked like it was targeting our house, flew past our house, and then fell, about, the first one fell like about 300 meters from our house. And then, there was a big crater. There was a woman who was in the house. They buried the woman alive. I mean, we found out after, we came out after the bombing. And the second one that flew past was just missed our house by whiskers, because it was like 100 meters. And again, that was my uncle's house, just destroyed it totally. So, and then the third one, we understand, fell on the River Niger. And then we had news that, it was shut down and so on and so on. That was the first signal that we had in Asaba, that, the war had started. I mean, after the operation, the Midwest invasion. And then I've written on this, but about the 14th October, 4th of October, 1967, we started hearing shelling from afar, attacks and so on and so forth. Those Nigerian military officers who were from Asaba, positioned themselves, and, they formed like, the entrance to Asaba, they encamped there and they were ready there to defend the town. So, so from 4th October, we started hearing sounds, apparently war was approaching. And I wrote an article on this because there was a mad person, that time in Asaba who was going around, he was saying, "Onwu the number matches, onwu the number matches." I sent the article to Dr. Damages, "Onwu the number matches, onwu the number matches." Nobody knew what he was saying because he was a mad person. So they didn't know what he was saying, but he was saying something. But it was when that massacre, when that program began, that people now understood what the guy was saying. So in the 5th October, the thing was getting close. There was intense fighting. They were beating back. Federal troops were beating back. They couldn't come to Asaba. And then on the 6th, they were able to gain some entrance. And so the Biafran troops, mainly those from Asaba and the environment, withdrew, and then they crossed over to the Niger and then to Onitsha, and then blew up the Niger bridge. So what now happened followed was that the fighting, it was easy for them to federal troops to take over Asaba. So on the 6th, they came into Asaba proper, and that is when the killing started. But the major killing was on the 7th of October. When the here now I can give you an eyewitness of what I saw. On the 7th of October, my father had come back from Benin because when the Midwest operation failed, there were disturbances in Benin. And from the account of my father, it wasn't safe for any Igbo-speaking person to remain in Benin. So because my father was a high-ranking officer in the civil service at the time, and because of the place he was working, one of the benefits was that he had a phone. So we were in touch with him, he had the telephone. So he was constantly updating us with what was happening. And then that day he came, he drove late at night. It was difficult because the roads had been blocked. So they found an exit way, the car was so dirty. It was the same car. And then he brought a truck from his office where he took some of our things. So we started walking, from in Asaba, So on the 7th, proper, that was when the major operation took place, the first major operation, because there's so many operations in Asaba. And because my father's house is very close to the main road, they came actually from the main road. And first of all, behind our house was the Nwajeis and Nwaje. And then, of course, there's the Nwaje in Ibuzo, and it was a military officer, Colonel Nwaje. So when they came, it looked like there were people who were pinpointing houses or telling them, people, so they mistook Nwaje for the Nwaje in Asaba for the one in Ibuzo, who was a military officer. And this big, we call him Big Man Nwaje. He was working in the civil service in Benin, Midwest then. Big man had a Citron. He used to fascinate us with his Citron, the old Citron, the way he used to, collapse and so on. He was fascinating. Big man, very admired in my town then. They beat the hell out of him, tortured him, and then killed him. And then when they finished, they went through his compound because behind that his compound is ours. So they started shooting. We were in the house. My dad, everybody was in the house. We saw the shooting. And then eventually they leveled the fence separating us and the Nwajis. So they could see us from afar. And so my dad decided that, we're not going to stay in the house here and wait for them. So we left. All of us left. The doors open and everything. So when they came into the house, when they came to our premises, we had left. They thought we were hiding, because they couldn't imagine that we had disappeared. So they threw a grenade to part of my father's house, my father's apartment. Brought down the roof, and then they shot at all the ceiling, hoping that when we came back from after that on this, when we came back after that incident, you see the whole house, bullets all over the place because we're thinking we're hiding somewhere. And you cut a long story short, we had moved from there, and then we moved to the village square where people had.
Oh, what happened?
What happened?
Brad,
Tony, check your
KJ,
connection. It's not me.
KJ, let me tell you what happened. What he was trying to tell you. I was in Nigeria about a few years ago, and that was almost that 50th anniversary of Biafra. And there's one guy. The guy is from Asaba too. He's a hardcore Igbo guy. Chetam, I think Chetam something when he was something like that. He's a writer too. He's this guy was on one of the, I don't want to mention the radio station in Lagos. This guy was there telling the history of what Tony is telling today. Do you know that then it was what they call him now, Lai Mohammed. They had to stop this guy from saying what happened in Asaba. They called, in fact, they called that radio broadcast, that radio station immediately. And they went into, the anchor said, let's go to what they call them, advert. Few minutes, I was like, because it was very interesting to hear this young man telling his own story, how his people were murdered in cold blood in Asaba. He didn't come back again. I was like, hello, what's going on? Until the broadcaster said sorry, that they had to stop this thing because gave one flimsy excuse that they don't want to offend.
I remember the guy who was on that interview. I remember him. In fact, he wrote a book on that, and he actually made a lot of media listing because he said he wanted to tell the truth as it were.
Exactly.
And when I don't even know where he is now because he was really fought to a standstill. However, before Paulo, you're welcome. Today we are talking about first-hand account of those who either have taken part in or were witnesses of what went through. We want to hear their accounts, and most of them are members. Some of them lost members of their family, one-on-one looking at them. So that's what we're discussing now. Tony is back. Let's hear his end of his story.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I must tell this story. The devil is a liar. So we had moved to the village square where people were gathered, with the chief, trying to see how do we approach this situation? What do we do? Women were gathered, elders were gathered, my dad, many other people were gathered, and we could feel the approaching presence of the military. They were shooting and firing and so on. You couldn't go very far. So they met us there, and then they moved us back almost close to my father's house where they sat everybody down. This is the very pathetic part of the story. And this operation was going on in various places in the town, Asaba, various places. There was a massacre on the 6th, but October 7th was the real D-Day for them. And those who did this were Murtala Mohammed. It was commanded by Murtala Mohammed and Ibrahim Taiwo. Those were the main actors. There were other people that I don't want to mention. Some of them are living. These other ones are dead. Anyway, so they sat down and, people were begging. My mother speaks Hausa, impeccable Hausa. She was born in the north, speaks Yoruba very fluently. And so they sat us down. We were all small. My mother was pleading in Hausa, pleading in Yoruba, and so on. They asked the men to line up, people 18 and above, men 18 and above, line up one place. Women stay on there with little kids like us, form another line. My mother refused. My mother was sitting on my dad, holding on, pleading, and so on. And I saw a soldier bring out a bayonet, like he wanted to use it to cut down my mom. But my mother just insisted, you can kill me with my husband. And she was begging. And at some point, one of them now said, no, we are not going to kill these people. We just want to go and search them and interrogate them. We will release them. So they lined up. I went to join my dad. And then they took me out and took me to the women's side. I'm just going to, I don't want to take too much time because it's a long story. So what I noticed that my dad did, apparently my dad, I think he knew that that was going to be the end. So he looked at us, shook his head, and then waved us. That was the last we saw of him. So they marched us to a maternity, a Catholic maternity, and behind was where they slaughtered my dad and all the people that they took. I mean, that's one of the slaughter places because there were so many other slaughter places. So while we were right there at the maternity, it was a Catholic maternity. Behind was where the open field was where the operation took place. My dad has served in West African Frontier Force, but left later to go and join the federal service. So when they shot them, when they fired them, my dad fell. You know, he wasn't hit. So there were two of them that fell. They weren't hit. And then about 6:30, they left one person, you know, to watch. So when they came to bury the people in a shallow grave, my dad and this other guy, you know, stood up, and the guy said they should go. My dad said the other guy left, an uncle, because he was the one that told us the story when he came back. My dad said no. Apparently, he was thinking that his family had been wasted, and my dad was saying, "What's the point living when his family had been killed?" So they shot him in the head. And but in the evening of that day, when we were left to go back home after they had finished the killing, we were passing through graves. People were screaming, blood. You could see all kinds. I mean, it was a gory sight, you know. And for a young person, 8 years, seeing that kind of a thing was an experience that you don't want to remember. The 5 of us, you know, went back to the house, so we saw the damage and so on and so forth. Dad was not there. My daddy's car had been taken away. House was damaged. We couldn't stay there, so we had to move away. Eventually, we went to the farm. We're there in the farm when the next day, when an auntie of us came back. She had gone to look for her husband, and then he came to meet my mom to say that she saw my dad's corpse. He was the only one that wasn't buried, you know, apparently because he was the last person to be shot. So my mom left us, came and saw my dad. When I listened to the story from my mom, I didn't know how she was able to summon on courage for a man that she's been married, you know, she was still in her 30s at the time. Seeing the corpse of her husband right there, not knowing how she was going to manage with 5 kids. So she went and got a hand truck, put my dad in the truck and wheeled him to the house. And then, all by herself, dug a shallow grave in the house and buried him. And then came back to tell us that, you know, dad has been killed. He's been buried. I'm sorry, you know, I'm getting emotional. So the challenge, you know, before her was how she was going to raise 5 kids at that period of war. But it was the same story all over the town. The families, people that were wiped, families that were totally wiped out, houses that were destroyed. You know, so it was a ghost town. And the question is, what did these people do? These are civilians, they are not soldiers. So, but let me just keep that because it's a long story. Now they had taken Asaba, but they couldn't cross over to Onitsha because the bridge had been broken. So Murtala Mohammed and his team made an attempt to cross through the Niger, but it was a disaster because, we have a deity somewhere near the Niger, we call it Onishe. People worship. I'm a Christian. People worship. The attempt was a disaster because all the federal troops who attempted to cross the Niger using a dugout boat to Onitsha were drowned. So when that happened, they came back and they descended on the town, and again they killed massively. So we had the first operation, we had second operation. Now, apart from that, women were taken away. There was looting, battle. They looted property. They took women as booty. Some of them went and married. So if you look at Asaba, you see some of them married Asaba women. Ali, many of them, Chris Ali, the Amadou Ali. There are so many. Let me not mention. There are so many of them. Some were just forcibly taken away. Some went, because they didn't have a way of survival, and so on and so forth. But the town was totally decimated. If you read Blood of the Niger by Ima Okocha, is late now. You get a picture. About
This is exactly the guy. Exactly the guy I'm telling you, more Okocha. Thank you very much.
Yes, about 700 people, were killed at that time. That's a large number at the time. Were massacred. Well, that's the count that we have. It could be more. The killing continued. I remember there were occasions when federal troops, when they come marching in the morning, they're marching towards the area of the bridge. Biafran troops will shell them. Somehow they were able to, find their movement. They will shell them and they will kill some soldiers, and then they will descend on the town again. So it was going on frequently. That destruction was going on. And then eventually we had to leave, went to the bush, far away, close to Ibuzo, where my mother would go occasionally looking for food because she now had the responsibility of becoming breadwinner of the family. My father was, because he was doing well as a civil servant, in those days as a civil servant, you could take care, there are people who were looking up to my dad, and my mother took up that responsibility. So not just us, she was looking in that period, she was taking care of some other people. So when she went out to look for food, where we were going to hide, she went out to look for food. Federal troops saw her, and they arrested her, questioned her. Fortunately, like I said, she speaks Hausa, she speaks Yoruba, and then she told them her story, and then they gave an escort, and then they went and brought us, and then for about 2 days, they took care of us. They were giving us food, they cook for the military. So each time they cook food for the military, they would give us some. And then they put us in a vehicle. One of these are big vehicles. It was a dangerous route because Biafran troops were still prowling. And they brought us back to an IDP camp in Asaba. It's a secondary school. And when it appeared that things had normalized, we went back home. We went back to Asaba to meet a house that is almost totally destroyed. My father's second house was the Armory, 7th Brigade in Asaba. So it was rough, but thank God for the Christian Council of Nigeria who helped us because I have a Catholic background, so they helped us. I grew up in the church. I got a scholarship. My brothers too, the sisters, they quite helped us. Federal government didn't give us anything, nothing. But they just brought us down for a middle class family. We had to start life with my mother, but she made sure that my father was the only son, surviving son. And then all his brothers were looking up to him. So cut a long story short, the church was helpful. I went to the seminary, but my mother made sure that at least we all went through secondary school, and from there we could take off. And then she saw us all through secondary school, and from there, through personal struggles and so on, went to university, and then 3 of us are here. Lost my immediate younger sister. So that's the story. But the effect of the destruction, the pogrom in Asaba, is one that is telling. There are people who were buried in mass grave. People didn't know where their fathers were buried, their brothers, their sisters, and so on were buried. I can tell you, there were over 10 killing centers, apart from those who were, seen, running away and shot and killed and so on and so forth. There's a story of Ugo, one of the richest men in Asaba at the time. This man had come from Lagos again. He was running away from, came down. He had the Mercedes in those days. His younger brother, had run away, and somewhere he heard that his elder brother had been killed. So he came back, took his double barrel gun, and then just waited. And then he felt 3 soldiers, shot them, killed them before they killed him. So it's sad, anybody who has gone through the Civil War, who had that kind of experience, particularly as a young kid, you would moderate your views when you hear people talking about revolution and so on, because I feel that nobody who had seen war, was affected, who saw the destruction, would ever wish that experience for anybody. But in summary, let me just say that it's unfortunate that it's only Asaba across the Niger that has been given this kind of publicity when you're talking about pogrom. There was also pogrom in a place called Ishago. That's where General Iweze comes from. It's a riverine area close to Ogwashiku. The same thing they did to Asaba is what they did to Ishago. But, the story of that place is not being told. I don't know why, but it was also a disaster. General Iweze was then a young officer fighting on the Nigerian side. He was hurrying. He was under Buhari's command, hurrying to get to his town so he can save his people. But before he got there, the destruction had taken place. So, my children, sometimes ask me when I tell them the story, what did my town people do? What did Grandpa do that they had to kill him the way they did, line up people and then shoot them, mow them down? What did they do? And I have never found an answer for that. In fact, I tell you, one of my sons had said he would have nothing to do with Nigeria. And we have been pleading and talking to him that, you have to let things go and so on and so forth. Because I just try to summarize it because of time. If I were to tell the story of what I saw and what I knew and what I heard from other people, it's something that is. So as we mark, in my article, I ended, when I was telling one of the stories, I ended, my conclusion was that, this whole narrative teaches us that we must endeavor to try and settle conflicts and not let them, degenerate to such a conflagration that we experience this type of a thing. Let me stop there.
Tony, I'm lost in words, really. And I want to really, express regrets, on behalf of Nigeria to what happened to your family. And I want to say we're so sorry. I know that there are many other families out there who also have suffered the same fate, and many other communities who have also suffered this same thing in the hands of, well, I can say, overzealous soldiers, either in the side of the Biafrans or the side of the army, the Nigerian army. I couldn't stand even listening to the story, because imagine a man telling his children that, look, just like when I listen to the story, all the nonsense people talk about Ironsi, when his son decided to tell the story, and said his father called him and said, look, no matter what happens, don't hold it against these people, because his father knew they were going to kill him, and told him not to leave the room if they come to carry him. And when they came to pick him, he told his son, that's his last word, they said to the son, don't hold it against them. And there are certain things his father told him which he had refused to say, on how all these things. So when people get up and they try to spin the narrative of what really happened, the Igbo took advantage. It's because they've not had an opportunity to have a more informed documents, or people who are actors in the scene, maybe they will have a change of mind. But tell the truth, like someone like me who see things in pictures, I can already imagine all the pictures, and it breaks my heart. And we have not learned anything. We have not learned as a nation. It is well.
That
That's all I.
that is a good summary because we haven't learned anything. And if another war breaks out, and I pray against it, I don't know what this time, with technology that we have now and so on and so forth.
Yeah, you see, what you said, and I'm not trying to deviate from that. My mom told me that, just like righteous man I said earlier,
Yes.
that well, there was no lizard. There was no longer lizard in Igbo land. There was no
Yeah.
frogs. Okay, there was no lizard. There was no frogs. In fact, it was during the war they discovered that they could eat the leaves, particular leaf of cassava. Okay, and they could eat some certain cassava. That's what she told me. And there was
Yeah.
even some leaf that they saw in the forest that they could eat, use it as in place of ugu leaf.
That is
Okay.
true. When we were in the bush, I learned to how to set traps. I learned the leaves that are poisonous that you can eat. I learned how. I mean, you were living basically in the forest. You knew those things that you could eat. Those, how to move around. How, if you have snake bites, how to treat it. If you just was entirely a different world. But nobody prays for that kind of a thing. It's not good. It's not an experience you want to really.
Thank you so much.
KJ, I have remembered the name of that guy from Asaba. His name is Cheta Wanze.
Cheta Wanze, yeah, who he had a media, the book he wrote
He's a journalist.
Yes, he was stopped from,
Tony, this young man was talking about Asaba massacre on radio in one of the radio stations in Lagos, and he was abruptly stopped. That was under General Muhammadu Buhari and Lai Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, KJ, another thing I want information. There's this technical college in my village. My uncle worked there as one of the scientists, one of the engineers. In fact, after the war, we were told not to farm around that area because there were explosions. That technical college, it was from there the Biafran soldiers and scientists were manufacturing arms and ammunition that they were distributing to other sectors where they were using to say. Up to today, that area is no-go area in my village. They use barbed wire to separate it from the community.
Wow. All right. Thank you for sharing all this. It's deep. As stay humble. I'll come to you. Let I don't, say something before we go to Mr. Polo for rain. You have been here since the program started. You have listened to, someone was earlier saying we don't have first-hand accounts, and what are we saying? So now, those who wanted first-hand accounts, we still have more stories, just in case you have not heard enough of first-hand accounts. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, I had a lot of stories from my father um who was in the Nigerian military before the war broke out and fought on the side of Biafra. So, that's is that a first-hand story or second? I don't know, but yeah, a lot.
Your father told you part of the war. What happened?
And also my grandmother as well. Even my mother told me about how they had to run for safety a number of times, back then in the East. But I know there is a lot of misinformation going on out there, and sometimes it's really difficult to blame people who are not Igbos, because after the war, they media propaganda of the British, in collaboration with their, with their Nigerian puppets, they made it almost impossible for other people outside the Igbo folk to see that war from an, unbiased perspective. It's really, really difficult for them. If you put yourself in their shoes, they made it such that I've had discussions here in the UK with people, with one or two persons of other tribes, especially from the southwest. Once you mention Biafra, it's like they've been stung by a venomous scorpion. So they've been engineered not to even want to entertain it. That mention of that word evokes some kind of repulsive response from them. So it's really difficult for them to see, yeah, especially except for those who just want to explore knowledge and see things from different goes really. Yeah. So they want to see that from the aspect of sharing power, like someone mentioned, though, that after the war, the Igbos were skimmed out of the power game. But even before the war, the kind of institution that the British established, it was difficult for anybody outside the Fulanese to actually be prime minister of Nigeria. Because if you look at the parties, we are practicing a parliamentary system which would never have favored Nigeria. Because if you look at the parties, then you had the Northern People's Congress, which was led by Ahmadu Bello, right? And then the Northern People's Congress prevented the other parties from even campaigning in the North. So you were not going to win any seat in the North. You understand? Then you had the party led by Z, yeah, the NCNC, which won majority of the seats in the East, and then you had the Action Group. So the way the British structured it was in such a way that the Northern People's Congress will always win. They probably will not win the majority. Then they will share power. So they will always be prime minister forever and ever. So they may want to share power with either the Zix party or the party of Awolowo. So they would, the highest they will get will be the president, which was just a ceremonial position. So if you want to look at it logically for that, there was no way. Yeah, so even ab initio, the elections that the British rigged in favor of the Northern People's Congress, they structured it in such a way that no other party will win the election. Okay, so for people like Ngozi Ika, whose perspective, whenever this discussion comes up, is about those boys, the Simon Ekpa boys here in the East, who are killing people or disrupting economic activities. That's not what we are discussing here. We are not discussing because if you reason it outside Nigeria, you also know that there are unseen hands. Some of those people who are just say, "Oh, we want this," or stay at home and all those things, they might have some foreign collaborators, yeah, who are trying to cash in on what's going on to disrupt things. So let's stay focused on the issues of why we're here. Thank you. I hope that this young man will not um,
Not a problem.
make me leave.
Thank you for your contribution, and I like that. I'm trying to keep this within the space of what we confinement of what we have come to. The truth remains that in every nation on earth, there are foreign powers that play a particular role. Ours is not new. The only problem why ours is a bit difficult is because our leaders are not sincere to purpose or even sincere to the constitution or to the people of Nigeria. So that is that. But going back to the Biafran stories and remembering Biafra, I have on the scene also Mr. Polo. Can you hear me? You have listened to some of the stories that since you came in. I don't know how long you've been listening, but Tony's story moved me to tears. It was like when my father was telling me about some of the things that happen in the community, you know, some of our relatives and all that. So I couldn't imagine what people went through. So what will be your view of so far since what you have followed up to this point?
Well, thank you for having me. Tony's story is very emotional and heart-touching, really. Nobody should be subjected to the kind of things he has seen as a child. The PTSD, you can see it from his face and from his emotion when he was narrating the story. It's very, very moving. War is brutal. Nobody could wish for a war. There is also this in the north. People
Thank you,
probably,
Polo.
most of them are Canadian, yeah, some northerners. At the time, Zelia was not born, but I can hear my parents talking about it. The northerners, they do not actually have a standing army to go against the Biafrans. So they will just come and pick able young men from less privileged families. Just because they are young, they will take them, hand over a gun to them and push them to the front line to go and die. Those that survive, if you listen to their stories, you will be moved to tears. Those that came back with part of their body, either hands or legs, lost forever. And the worst part of it, they were not compensated with anything. They die in poverty. All they are left with is a pride that they fought a tribal war, and to some extent they put religion into it. So if you appeal to people, religion and sentiment, you can easily make them believe all kind of absurdities. So all they are left with is a pride that we fought the Biafrans, we killed this tribe and killed this number of people without having anything. Nobody compensated them, and they died in misery. So what I would say is that Ojukwu that led the war, when he came back to Nigeria and was interviewed, I forgot which media outlet interviewed him, but actually the video is on YouTube where he said he proudly led the first Biafra, very, very proudly, but he don't think another one is needed. We should learn from our history. Violence beget violence. If there is a political will, all these atrocities will not continue. It should have stopped. And there is a notion, general notion here in the north, that because of Biafra, if you ever allow Igbos to get hold onto the power, very influential position in the country, they still remember what happened in Biafra. It's likely that they are going to use that power against you. That's how they frighten the Northerners, appealing to their tribal instinct and sentimental values. And up to now, can say I've seen an Igbo man contesting for a higher position and got a massive support from the North. This is not okay. And why? Because why would you ban history when it is through the history that we can learn the mistake of the past, adjust our present, and prepare for a peaceful and prosperous future to form a government that works for everybody, not just some section of the country. All these stories that we've been hearing, Tony is just one. Probably there are dozens of millions that have seen far worse than he has seen, and none of them would wish for another Biafra. I hope we will learn
Thank
from
you
our
so much.
history.
Polo, thank
And
you. God
then
bless you.
we
Thank
will
you.
do the right thing. Thank you. Sorry for your loss. Really mean it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution this evening. You see,
KJ, please, can I say something, please, KJ?
all right.
Polo made a very nice submission, but the use of nobody would want to see another Biafra. Biafra is a name that can never be erased in the heart of generations yet unborn. So I think
Sorry, those are not my words. Those are Ojuku's words. I said it. It's a quotation. He said he probably led the first
Ojuku
one,
said
but he don't think the second one is
Ojuku had never
necessary.
said
That's what
there
he
will
said.
be no Biafra again. He never said so. I think KJ played
If I
the
can share it,
video yesterday.
if I can share it, I can play the video. He was interviewed by a white lady. He said, yeah, he proudly led the first one, but he don't think the second one is necessary because of the bloodbath. Otherwise, if we didn't learn from our history, then the death of those people that fought in Biafra, those people that even did not fight, innocent people that have been massacred, will be in vain. So he is proposing a better way.
KJ, my observation to Polo is that he mentioned that Ojuku declared war. We have to be.
I didn't say. Sorry, you are listening.
You said
to
it that
me.
Ojuku's war.
Now,
that's not what I said. You are seeing it from a tribal sentiment. Please don't do that. Please hold it on to what I said.
There is nothing like tribal sentiment. There is nothing.
I didn't say anything outside what he has said. I didn't say Ojuku caused it. I said he himself. He said he led the first Biafra proudly, but he don't think a second one is necessary. Only if you learn our history and then try to avoid what happened in the past and forge a prosperous future, an inclusive, prosperous future that works for everybody. That is his word, not mine. I didn't say he caused it.
I think you made your point very clear, Polo. You made your point, and that is the crux of the question or the matter in this case. Are we looking forward to having a prosperous and egalitarian society where everything is done to favor everybody who is part of the nation? Or are we saying that this same character and disposition we have towards certain individuals will continue to be that way? That is the crux of the question, or the crux of the matter, And I will skip Righteous Man and go to Oti. Oti, you just come, and I know you have a way of making words, but so far you have heard Tony's, like a testimony of what he went through as a young man. I say I can, as a serving copper, I can still remember one when my telling me about the skull that was shouting along the road to my community. What do you say? Is there, and Polo has said something interesting that Ojuku said, even though I know that interview you're talking about, which was when Ojuku came back earlier. But when Ojuku lived longer in Nigeria and saw how people are being treated and seeing that the same thing which was being discussed or which led to the war was not being treated, he had another interview. And before I think I played that video yesterday. I still have it on my setup. So if you want to hear it, I will play it again.
I've seen it. That was at Brown University, isn't it? The one you're talking about, the subsequent interview, right? So the question, can you formulate your question again? I mean, or maybe at least.
Yeah. So are we doing everything possible to avoid another one so far? And is it possible to do away with the name Biafra from the history books of Nigeria?
No, it's it cannot, and as a matter of fact, I've just finished writing kind of a piece, call it a reflection, on remembrance. Okay, so I'm gonna be taking part tomorrow in a ceremony, Biafra Remembrance Day in Manchester. I'm a part of the organizers. So
please can you record and send to us so we can equally play it after that?
Okay, you mean they remember? Okay, all right, okay.
Yes, we like to have a video so we can always use it to discuss.
So anyway, no, you cannot. Historical fact is historical fact, and even when you abolish history and the teaching of history, you still have historiography. People have to have different interpretations of past events, their understanding of it. So the I mean, that is again really dealing with issues, as opposed to avoiding them. That's and for me, the actors, these people that perpetrated all these atrocities, some of them are still alive, and I would say part of our problem is there hasn't been any accounting. This because there are things you do or people do, they can just get away with it, and then you expect everything to be okay. No, it doesn't. That's not how the cosmic, the world works. Okay, things have consequences. Well, where is the political will? Okay, I think we've listened to what as a Professor M.O. Eno what he said. That's so true. That observation that the Biafra as it was, how did he put it? Is unattainable, and Nigeria as it is
Not
unsustainable.
sustainable.
So that's where we find ourselves, and anything else we are doing or talking, we can't make any progress. We can't make any. So really, at the minimum, and that is really where I'm coming from, and that's where I have my interest. Something has to happen. What we are doing, we don't have a country. We can't be deceiving ourselves. This is not how a country is run. It's just more like some individuals, some criminals, because that's what they are in the men, have captured the apparatuses of state. So, they don't care about Nigerians. There are no Nigerians. So really, we have to look ourselves in the mirror and then begin afresh. So, at the minimum, every region, every ethnic group, can and should, if they so choose, be able to really determine their destiny. Okay. In a union, they have to decide what kind of union they want to get into. This opposition, this involuntary or compulsive unity, it cannot work. It's just so look, coming to the remembrance of the Biafran, I was born 1967 July, so I think when the war started, and I happened to come from a village where, yes, I didn't I wouldn't say how people kind of experienced any gory experiences. No, that wasn't the case because it's so remote. On the contrary, I remember, this growing up, the story I heard was about a family from Oka that actually, took refuge. They lived in my father's house. So, this maybe witnessing violence or being forced to move. That wasn't part of the story I'm familiar with. No, but of course, we know we hear the story, we read books, and yes. So really, the yes, this trying to um, I mean. It can be. It's nothing can be so silly. This idea what Nigerian government is doing. For example, they want to, they say IPOB is a terrorist organization. What can, I mean, this does that make sense? This really, people are not thinking. Do they think just by prohibiting things that then you can, you're gonna, by suppression, people wouldn't be thinking, wouldn't be feeling things, or wouldn't be having imagination? It's not possible. Instead of addressing the concerns, the injustices, it's much simpler than all these things. You're trying somebody, you chasing these people around for doing what? For carrying flags. Come on, I ask yourself, what kind of human beings are these? And is that the best they can do? What is wrong with having a conversation, having a dialogue, inviting people, and then how do they think they can maintain this this system of oppression? I mean, this so for how long? So that's I mean, listen to Tony is sad, heart-rending. This is yeah, but we have to deal with it. These are part of the issues we have to deal with. So every society where these kind of things happen, they find a way to deal with it. It's not it's not to sweep it under the carpet. It's not to pretend as if it's nothing is there. It never happened. No, it did happen. So
All right.
there has to be. I believe in accountability. Legal accountability. At least. So so these people, they can still be tried. It doesn't matter the time. There's no limitation, as far as criminal acts are concerned. Because perhaps even when they've gone, so because otherwise, it's part of the healing process. That taking people to account. Okay, so
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, etc. I see you, and I've been looking at your writing. I trying as much as possible not to respond to you, because you have you have the link. You can actually come into this to the studio to discuss if you have so much to say. But I want to let you know something. What we are discussing, we're not discussing IPOB right now. We're discussing Biafra, and Biafra does not replace IPOB. IPOB is an organization, a voluntary organization. Biafra has come to stay. It's become it's synonymous with every Igbo man around the earth. So it's not, the other one is bigger, and the other one is somebody trying to realize the injustice going on against the Igbo people. I think that point can be made clear. We know that right now it is the police that are enforcing sit at home in the east, because Simon Ekpa is not out, okay, assuming that they say it was his boys. But now the people are still observing sit at home, and people will see in the streets with the Hillock vans and all that going around enforcing sit at home. I don't think Simon Ekpa boys have Hillock vans or Hillock vehicles. So let's get this in straight and stop mixing it. We should be able to. If you don't have contacts in the east, I can send you some. If you don't have you can actually contact Professor Chika Odinkalu to give you his research on this, what's going on in the East. I think I made my point clear there. All right. Ovie, welcome, Dr. Pansat. Just give us some minutes later, Ovie, fire before you can come in. Ovie, you are back, and I think you must have come back with more research. So please, you have had a discussion so far. Come on, let's hear your take on this.
I wish I have a. I kind of, when I hear personal stories, direct stories from people the war affects, it becomes it becomes a different feeling entirely, because I don't think people actually understand that this is just. It is the first generation of the people who are the real victim of the war. These are, let's say, the first generation now. So we have for the sake of conversation, those who have lost the war, lost everything. So I think that's, I mean, I'm glad that we are having conversation, right? Thanks to technology. There's no way you can suppress information again, because when people are saying social media is a terrorist, this is at the core of it. They started from zero because, as I said, that's why there's a things that people don't want to talk about. They started from zero. So it is the first set of millionaires, right, that are initiating this conversation. If you stop me from talking for Abba, I will go London, I will speak, right? It is because we can afford it. Now, where am I going with this? We are not going to, and again, that is the generation that the likes of Nnamdi Kanu belongs to, right? When they come after him, there is resources for him to move. He move, and the struggle continues. The same with ECPA. ECPA comes with the latest generation of technology. And to understand the stage where we are in, that the conversation of Biafra is going to go to the next level, we have to go back to the 1800s, at the peak of the industrial revolution, when machines are the forefronts of muscle. So there's no way you can actually say suppress people with God or anything again, because we have to go to school and explore. Now the information is coming to us without actually spending money to get it. There's not any professor in this world. The difference between professor and ordinary person before is that he or she has access to some information that ordinary person cannot afford. Gone are those days. So the story this is just the beginning. 5 years ago, we don't have the privilege of hearing the first-hand account, right? So imagine the more resources that region generates, the more it should keep going. That's what I said yesterday. It's 2025. If I want to know what happened in the years 700, 600, just for me to carry my phone and wipe it left and right, I'm right there. So the idea of manipulating information, what they don't want us to hear, what they don't want people to talk about, is coming out in a way that they cannot comprehend. Hence, it's a terrorist organization. So this conversation that we are having, the next set of as I said earlier on, the next generation will be having it in the house. It's not going to be on the website, it's not going to be on internet, it's going to be on the house. Because what you are seeing are younger kids. It's a conversation that we are having in our houses. Why are things like that? Kids are beginning to curious. Why are things like that? Why are we like this? Why are we like this? Those kids, no matter how we're trying to cajole how we respond to them, they will come and ask and meet their counterparts. What's going on? Why are we like this? So I am saying this to say, by the time they start releasing the physical AI, which is where they are now, the game is going to be different. 2027 election is going to be very different. Nobody can control the kind of videos and information we are going to be having. If you can't pretend, say they see baba blue, they will figure it out why it's like that. So no matter what the leaders, those who fought the war, produce our constitution, give us political party, who are still very much in the grip of things, it's the time is here. Give them next 10 years, 5 years, nature will take them out. Nature will take them out. So whatever that they are sitting on, whatever securities, whoever actually say no or yes to our condition today will be revealed. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it will take something drastic, even more than the first civil war, for things to take shape. Because we are just, by the time we start speaking to the ideology that actually come together to bring all the tension, it will be a different ball game, because nobody is giving up, everybody is getting richer, billionaires are springing up everywhere, people are building weapons, right? So it's whether they like it or not, those who are in charge of power now, whether they like it or not, it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time before things will get out of hand. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't think there's any dialogue that will make things right at this point.
I agree with you on that point. And
if you look at the next state power that will determine the next 100 years, there's no way we can sit down and say, what are we going to talk about? The world is changing before us. When we begin to realize that we as citizens, we are not just becoming useless to ourselves, we are becoming useless to the society because there's nothing we can contribute that AI or other machine will not do. And somebody will come and telling me, let's put religion first, let's put tribal first. It's just a matter of time. So may God give us long life. Because
Amen.
the next civil war is not going to be one region against the rest or the Nigerian state against some tribe, some religion. No, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be like what happened in 1840s in Europe. Everywhere goes scatter. Everywhere goes scatter.
Thank you
But
so much.
we hope we witness it.
Thank you. Thank you. I like your take on that. And that's why we are having this conversation, whether the people who are in authority can remember that there's a thing called round table talk with everybody who is anybody. It is in the Kano we made it easier for them if they wanted to. The 5 northern southern eastern governors, they have the demand of what the East wants. Again, I make it clear, even though we are talking about Biafra here, the reason why Biafra was fought is because we want certain amenities that are not. We don't want to be your president. If you give us the threat, the equality in treatment and all that, and resources, ability to have resources, govern our own space, give us airport, give Akwa Ibom seaport, give a River State seaport, give Cross River seaport, make the inland waterway to worry. These are some of the demands that have been there and begging for. Why are you digging or making another? You are even trying to dredge to make another seaport in Lagos, for crying out loud. When the deepest part of Nigerian Ocean is in the rivers. I don't understand it. Anyway, Mr. Pansa, you've heard our discussion so far. What will be your take as we begin to gradually draw this discussion to a close?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. KJ, and the rest of the panelists there. I must confess that I didn't hear everything everybody has to say, but I have an idea what anybody would say. Mr. Tony here, I know what he would say, the others over here. But the major thing that I want to bring to the front here is we keep having discussions, not so much as debate. You notice that since we're discussing a serious issue, the Biafran issue, it's kind of thinned out. It's a lot of people who come on this platform to make noise and laugh, make friends. They decided to stay out. A lot of them, the wayward commenters in the comment section. Oh, by the way, hello to the people in the comment section. Well, I have a lot of friends there as well. But let me say that, so what I wanted to do is to bring to fore things that are settled. There's no need debating it. Number one, it's better to go to school than not go to school. I hope that any of these, if you, for example, say, no, that's not settled, or actually the contrary is the case, you go ahead and you speak up when I'm talking. You could interrupt me with anything like that. Going to school, a people whose mores include going to school, they are the ones who are doing the right thing. So let's say you have an area, space-time, geographically speaking, tribal if you want to, and they're retarding people going to school in that country. That area should be condemned for doing that. They cannot come on a platform to argue that not going to school is better than going to school. That is settled. The other thing is that having the masses, the people, do well, everybody have equal opportunity, is better than having, let's say, one person, let's say in our case in Nigeria, a Dangote, have billions of dollars where the rest are not don't have the same opportunity. It's better to have a lot of people doing well, have the same opportunity. That's settled. The other thing is that having a monarch is worse than having the people be the sovereign. So for those who try to adhere to ancient practices, monarchy, that kind of stuff, it should be traditional. Every monarch in Nigeria is unconstitutional. They have no role whatsoever in our constitution, the 1999 constitution as amended. All men are created equal, and we're endowed by our creator by certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, stuff like that. So you could have a monarch, fine, you could worship your monarch, and there's nothing wrong with them relegated to a traditional role. That's fine, I like it. But they are unconstitutional. They have no role to play in our constitution. Because I do see some of them meddle in our elections. For example, in Edo State, the last time in 2023, we had a Labour Party candidate that went over there to visit his people and campaign. And he had the Edo monarch come out and say, the Benin monarch there say, oh, this is not a son of the palace. And he was tacitly meddling in the election. Ovie, I hope you remember that. And that was wrong. And that has to stop. We're not stupid. We know what he did there. He shouldn't do that again. In Edo State, right, they have talks running all over the place. You have a horrible governor who is complicit with that monarch there in turning that place into a tout kingdom. Now, why does that concern me? Normally, I won't be concerned about it, but unfortunately, for somebody to emerge as president of Nigeria, they have to win a certain number of states. So there's a nexus to the rest of us. We want things to be done democratically. Democracy is another settled thing. It's tough. It's very difficult. It's bad, but it's better than the rest. Democracy is the way to go. Not military, not communism or whatever comes with that. So capitalism and democracy is what's in our constitution, and that's the way to go. All these are settled. So now, when you have a rubric of measuring who is right, let's say between Biafra, to bring it to the Biafran thing, Biafra and Nigeria, a lot of the stuff you guys are discussing here is completely passé. It's already been determined that Biafra was right. That's settled. And it's not over. It's not over. The only thing that we want to preach is for people, let's come together and choose good over evil, truth over falsehood, right over wrong. That's the only thing. We could come together to do that. But as far as the debate itself, it's already settled. In 1967 and a few years before that, the corporates that are killing people in Benue State, they were killing Igbos in the guise of Nigerians, right? As if people who come from Benue State are Nigerians, so they were spared. As a matter of fact, the protagonists, quote unquote, of the Nigerian side come from there. Go on. Now, his people are being decimated and put in IDP camps, and those are the ones that are lucky. They're losing people a score a day. So they lost the war, actually. Go on lost the war. And we are the ones who are trying to say, stop, don't do that, because we're Igbos. We don't believe we're not vindictive. We want the right thing done. That's the whole thing the Igbos have been fighting for. I believe that we should put a stop to that, by the way. Those who committed those crimes in 1967 to 1970, they're going to pay for it. Because apparently the Igbos, because they're not vindictive, don't want to flex their muscles. We could take over the country. We could have won the war in a month. The only problem is that we're actually fighting Britain and those who covet our oil. We weren't fighting the Yorubas and the Hausas and Fulanis. We could have taken over those people in a month. If we were to go to UN and convince them, hey, let us fight. mano a mano. Don't interfere. We'll take over that country. There's a lot of Igbos, 120 million, courageous, fierce, educated population all over the country because we brought the country in the first place. Now, some of the time, for example, the way I'm talking now, I'm embarrassing some of my people here, like Mr. Oti for one, and others. They don't want Igbos to talk like that. We're big boys, and we don't have to do that. Even KJ here, I know he can't wait to stop me now. But I'm only saying it because over the years we've been tampered down. When you tamper down the Igbos, you tamper down Africans, you tamper down Nigeria. Because there's nothing we want. We don't want you people in Yoruba not doing good. We don't want the Hausas not doing good. But how long is it going to take for them to get some sense? Get some sense. Now, to bring it down, now, I'm prepared to talk for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes. I know you're not going to give me that, but let me ask that I get an extended time here to land. We cannot come on this platform to debate things that are settled. That was a genocide that was committed against Biafrans. You don't have to be a Biafran to say that. And I've seen a lot of people who come here who are not from Igbo, who come and they say it, especially also in the comment section. We understand what was done to us. We were just the first, or maybe the second, because actually the first were the Hausas. But they didn't have the balls to fight. They were eviscerated. Their nuts were cut off. And they were taken over. Up to today, they don't have a single male up there in the north. But we're not going to sit there and let them do that to us. The difference between us and the Hausas is that we say, no, you can't do that. How are you going to do it when we could take you over? All the Europeans have to do is to stay out and we'll take over that country, especially in no time. We did it to OVS place there. We came over there and we took over all those places, including those in that river state making noise, talking nonsense all the time. In no time, we ran through all those places. And
Pastor, don't finish. Pastor, don't finish. Don't finish.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pastor.
No, but let me conclude by saying that we must know that we were fighting the Brits, and they eventually won. That's who came and they took over the oil. Up to today, you have BP and others take over that oil.
You know, I thank you, Pastor, but I'm not going to dive into that because it's taking us away from the people who shed their blood, whether for the unity of Nigeria or knowingly or unknowingly, because some people who are even involved in this in the massacre were not even people who agreed with the ideas of Biafra, but because they happen to be from that section of the country, they were affected. In fact, the Delta monarch who told the story of those people who they had arranged to come and dance and welcome Murtala Mohammed's team. You know, the video is out there. They were all they got dressed, wear their traditional clothes, arranged their women, and everybody came out to dance, and that was the end of it. Those people came to welcome the federal troop. They didn't come to welcome Biafran troop.
Yeah.
So no matter anybody wants to spin
let me say to you that normally you round up things, right? When you're talking about generalization, right? For example, is every Fulani a bad person? No, right? But when we talk colloquially, we generalize. We say, okay, you have this Fulani herdsman doing X, Y, Z. That is against our constitution. When it comes to the Yorubas, they have their own idiosyncrasies. The Igbos have their own. There's nobody spared from that. Now, what I don't want to do, because the minorities in the South, or what they call now South, I have to tell you, I've looked more than anybody else. I haven't seen anybody that I could say, all right, here is one good one. I gotta be honest with you on this. Now, are there Igbos there? Over half are Igbos. Now, when I'm talking about the troublemakers, for example, in River State, Wike, for example, is one of the culprits there. He's an Igbo guy. Now, being an Igbo doesn't mean clannishness. Being an Igbo person is, anthropologically speaking, we are Africans after all. Some of us, we migrate from one section to the other hundreds of years ago. But when we speak in colloquially, there's something we're talking about here, right? So the Southerners are for example, now, presently, right? Contemporarily. Okay. Listen, it's uncomfortable, but KJ, I was in Okigwe sector. When people like you, I've been trying to tell you many ways. If you're not going to handle this topic, stay out of it. If you're going to handle this topic, you're going to be honest. We used to discipline people with the butt of a gun, right? The problem we have is not the Fulanese, it's not the Yorubas, it's people from the South. They actually caused the war. You cannot be babying them, right? We're going to have to deal with them. Let me just tell you now, it's not diplomatic talk. I'm trying to tell you. Not all of them, obviously, but there are some in that place, and they prop them up. We went to Aburi, we made a deal, we come back, and they're talking nonsense, and they say they don't want to be under the Igbo influence, and they made trouble, and it resulted in a war. Right now, what they've been doing, people, including, unfortunately, people from cross river areas like Ababio, right? They go over there and they conspire with one major group or the other. And we also have our own Igbos, for example, Ojio Zokalo and the governor of Imo State. So what we have to do, let me cut it down. Let me bring it down to you, because I have to tell you, this is not a joke. A lot of our people were killed, and they keep doing it. Okay. We're gonna do something, and I want those people who are listening to you, who listen to people like Dr. Damages here, Rudolph, and KJ. You're getting food, because I'm gonna tell you there are Igbos who are not in the mood for that nonsense to make friends or get along. We're gonna have to do something to stop the nonsense. We're gonna do something about it, and that's millions of Igbos. I'm talking about maybe 100 million who are not happy. So it's not about friendship or trying to talk to you here and be nice. I don't want to do that.
Thank you, Pansa. But I want.
So I didn't land, but that's okay. I'm used to it. When I come to your show, I can land.
You have taken more time than landing. Don't land.
That's fine. Now, that's all right.
I just want to let you know also that, in fact, the issue of Sabo in Igbo land didn't start today. So I'm trying to also bring your mind to the point that it's not only Uzokalo and Hope Uzozenjo. You also have the merchant of Igbo land who has been, promising Igbo people that the next president will be theirs for more than 10 years now. What's his name? That famous millionaire who is always Atoeze, who is always telling Igbos that they should hold on. Their time it will be the next election. Things are getting better the next election. In fact, it was so bad that I have a song here, and maybe we'll just listen to it just to buttress what I'm saying. This is a song that the soldiers during the war sang for people of that nature. Okay, I will stop it there. So, today, it has been on for a while, and that's been the bane of the reason why we can't, together move forward. On this same program, somebody have said, the reason why this is going on because the people who are putting up a fight right now, they are not doing it sensibly. But since those people have been captured and put, in the guard rooms, the intelligentials amongst us, which this is what I always say every day, the intelligentials amongst us, the professors who have all the knowledge and understanding how to go about negotiating for what is needed, we have not seen their Lego. Rather, we are seeing them taking appointments with the government and taking contracts. So the issue of Sabuk will constantly always be there, whether it is on our side or on the other side. The thing is that how do we now muster ourselves to move on forward? And this discussion can't end now, so I'm going to put a pause over it. We have done more than 1 hour ahead of the time. Dr. Damages have asked me to let you guys know he's going to be here tomorrow. It's going to be a long session. So please prepare your tomorrow and next tomorrow and Sunday for us, because we're going to discuss this thing extensively. What I'm not able to touch today, as Pastor has said, he will touch tomorrow and we can have a more robust discussion. I appreciate everybody. The only reason why
Hold on, KJ.
hold on. I'll give you a
KJ,
chance to speak. Hold on.
KJ.
Hold on now.
Remember
Sorry.
that data is very expensive in Nigeria now. This is the almost 4 days of running one program. Just tell Rudolph, you and Rudolph should remember that data is very expensive in Nigeria now.
Don't have to worry. Our brother, Dr. Pansa, is here. He will take care of that. Pansa, over. Dr. Pansa will see you to that this thing, please. On that faithful note, I want to hear your final take. We just have 2 minutes, Tony. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was discussing with a few friends today in my office, and they said to me that if you see Hasidic Jews, they don't drive BMW, they don't drive Mercedes, they don't drive Audi. And once the name Germany or German or Germany is mentioned, it sends them goose pimples. So, and I said, why? He said, because a company called Siemens, was the one that built the machine that they use to exterminate the Jews. So every time a Jew sees that company, Siemens does quite a lot of things, equipment for quite a wide range of
electrical engineering, yeah.
Yes, for fire safety and so on and so forth. So they don't touch it. And that is how far things like this can, go in people's memory. It becomes something that is too difficult to find closure. So I say that as a closing remark to say that Biafra is more than just a war to many people. Because once that name is mentioned, it invokes a lot of emotion that some people find difficult, even as they struggle to find closure. It's difficult for them. So Nigeria must avoid. If when people talk about Biafra, Nigeria should give those who are affected a hearing. They should not shut that conversation, because you have to understand what happened. Unfortunately, the generation of people, the Gen Zs that we have now, don't have that information of what happened. That's where history is very vital. You need to understand what happened to you in the past so that you can deal with the future. And I think Nigeria needs it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that, and even the preciseness. Mr. Righteous Man, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, the submissions and the statements made by different individuals are very, very enlightening, My elder brother cried a few months ago when I was in the East, when we discussed about Biafra. The war that killed almost, if not more than 3 million people. The Kwashoko, and all that happened. I was part of those who were eating lizard. I enjoyed the cassava leaf, the fresh cassava leaf. My mom was using it as a replacement of ogo. We are calling that time when they give us little this pan nut to chew, they say it's a Biafran granite. So there was no school. The properties of my father was called abandoned property. The money he had in the bank, 20 pounds was given to him after the war. And see, poverty swept our home. A man that hustled, a man that achieved a lot, turned to become a very poor person after the war. Lost everything, lost 7 children, and died in 1985. I wouldn't want such thing to happen again. I wouldn't pray for it, and I wouldn't wish it should happen. But with what I am passing through now, and not only me, majority of Igbo people are passing through in Lagos as a Nigerian or Nigerians, is something that each time I remember it, I ask God a question. Why did you allow me to be born in this part of the world? We have been squeezed. We've been treated as nobody. Even if you want to go and rent accommodation, the moment they hear say you are Igbo, is a taboo. And that is why every Igbo person struggle to make money, and then you build your own house so that nobody will discriminate against you. I'm telling you the reality. You drive a vehicle now and you commit a traffic offense, and maybe 3 or 4 people were arrested, you discover you are the only Igbo there, the less will be let go, and you will face the penalty of the traffic offense. I am telling you the reality on ground today. There is an estate. I was with my lawyer yesterday. There is an estate that has been earmarked to be destroyed in Lagos State. Majority of the people occupying that estate, about 87% or 90%, are Igbos. It has been earmarked for destruction any moment from now. Because they say somebody highly placed in the government bought over that estate because it's owned by an Igbo person. And then it has to be destroyed. So the Nigerian people who are in the topmost class as politicians and policymakers should please think for the well-being of the people. Igbos after the war have accepted to be Nigerians, and they should be allowed to breathe, to live. They should be given opportunity to excel. That is all I am asking for. Nothing else. I wouldn't wish my son to become a president, but let him be treated as a Nigerian. Equal opportunity. I traveled to Benin Republic and I went there to do business. When I was coming back, I bought a bag of rice. I was stopped on the way by custom officers. They checked my vehicle and saw that rice. What that man asked me is, which tribe are you? It's not contraband, one bag of rice, just for family consumption. Immediately I told him, I am from Imo State. He ordered his boys that they should seize that rice. And unfortunately, this man is from River State, this custom officer. I called him, I said, sir, but I'm entitled to one bag of rice. It's not true. There is no contraband, and nothing inside this vehicle incriminating, just for my personal consumption, my family. He said the Igbos were very dangerous. It was an Hausa man whom I approached, a custom officer there, and I spoke to him. who told him that please he should return this bag of rice to this gentleman, just to buttress what Elder Pansat was saying. Maybe the Hausas do not hate us as much as we think. Maybe the Yorubas do not hate us as much as we think. But our surrounding brothers, I think they are the major problem we have. And I wish that they should learn from what is happening in the Middle Belt today. The Benue, the Plateaus, the Tarabas, 50 were massacred a few days ago. And this, yesterday, being a Thursday, a lot have been massacred in Benue too. They should learn a lesson. We are not their enemies, we are their brothers, and we should live together in unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, submission. Oti.
Okay. Well, I must say that you guys, we have a lot of good talkers, you know. Yeah. Now, I think because I don't believe in looking up to, some messiah for our own salvation. Really, it has to be grassroots to the people. People have to be sensitized, educated politically and organized. The people I'm talking about, ordinary people. It's not. Don't look at. I don't look up to these millionaires or billionaires. Our salvation is not going to come from them. Now, I think what we should do, at least as Igbos, is take the idea of remembrance. I'm talking about Biafran remembrance much more seriously. And what do I mean by that? Now, there are three German words, okay, that refer to or mean remembrance, but of course with different nuances. Now we have Gedenken and Andenken. They mean, okay, Gedenken is remembrance. Andenken is also remembrance, like a souvenir. Then we have the word Eingedenken. Eingedenken, is to remember something inwardly. And it requires that something is not remembered passively. The past is not remembered passively, or even to forget or to accept the past, but rather to engage with it in a way that informs and empowers the present. Tony has given us a kind of an example and an illustration of that. The Germans, the Jews, in their act of remembrance. Okay, now the second look, we're not gonna touch any German product. Okay, but of course I'm not recommending that, but if that is to be a kind of a principle of a principle of general application, I wouldn't be where I am. I'm in Manchester, United Kingdom. so but anyway, I think remembering what happened in the past, and then of course using it to inform our present, and also to have a transformative experience of remembering. It doesn't really. We as a people shouldn't care so much. Well, not that we shouldn't care, but whatever happens to Nigeria, as a people, we should develop a sense of self-awareness and have our self-belief. Learn from what happened. Do things better. Okay, that's the only thing we can do. So,
okay,
it doesn't matter whatever happens to Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. So whether so because we've been around before Nigeria, and therefore really our fate, our destiny should not be too if like linked or connected to Nigeria, whatever happens to Nigeria. So yes, we can be a nation. We're an Igbo nation. So, and that is, that's what we should be striving for, to have that opportunity, that privilege, that right, entitlement to determine our destiny. That is remembering Biafra. That's really what we should be. That is what it should be about. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't want to take more time. Let me go straight to here.
Well, thank you, KJ. Well, the fact that we are remembering what happened 50 years ago only says that the next 50 years will be a celebration. I'm saying that because I don't think there is any country on this planet Earth today that was not run over by either one small country or one big country. Even the Chinese that maintains their heritage for over 6,000 years, between mid of 1800 to 1900, they were run over by all the West, and that's what the 100 years of emulation is all about. So it's the beginning of something to come for me. That's why I keep telling people. People say, "Oh, they should forget it will never happen." It is because you don't understand how nation states do come about, or how history works. What is happening? What happened to the Biafran state is not new. As far as I'm concerned, I always say, if there's any group of people who actually fought for their freedom and successful at the point, are the Haitians and the Biafran. Well, let's start from the 13 colonies of American Revolution, which the Haiti copied from, and they took their destiny into their hands. They won, they set up their own country, they were successful before the whole world. The whole Western world decided on them again. So what is happening to the Biafran? For you to add the God to say, come, fuck it, then let's roll, and you succeed. And that's another respect I have for generals like Ojukwu. How many generals can stand in their career and say, yes, I actually won a war. I want a war. There are very few on the planet Earth. Even most of the American generals made this, so they never had the battlefield before. So I'm saying all this to say that these are ingredients, these are elements that actually form what nation state is about. It takes years. The German state that we are seeing today, take them 100 years before they come together as a nation after almost 100 years of America don't get their independence. So every state, every nation state today, even every empire has their little beginning. Have their little beginning. So it's 50 years on. 15 years on, even after they were thrown out of power, they have a contention. And why is that happening? People, let me use Obi as an example. Obi is the first generation of people who are born after the Civil War. And why Obi is successful in sense of taking the bull by the horn, it is because technology has democratized finance from late 90s to now. So you can only know how he made his money, but you don't know where the money is. So if you don't know where the money is, I know if you attack him. So those people who are facing one kind of attack or the other, it is because their source of income and where their money are still very traceable. And that is where AI and cryptocurrency is coming to play. So the next generation, the next millionaires or billionaires that will emerge from that region, it's going to be very hard for you to actually even know how their money is being spent. Because the idea, because going all the events, if you analyze all the events that led to 2023 from NSAS, a lot of people were targeted, block their account, build their crypto and all that. So now we wait there outside, know they understand how networking they work. People where they sponsor campaign, we doing the campaign. Those are the people who are actually being victimized now. And it's not new to Nigeria, it's everywhere. But the good news is we are in an age whereby I don't need to make money for Nigeria before I feel use them for Nigeria. George Soros is a prime example. You go and ask the American issue, they will tell you what George Soros is doing with money. So what am I trying to say? At January this year, I said Nigeria is due for negotiation. And unfortunately, we don't pass where we go sit down for table talk, if you ask me. I'm saying that because forget all this noise. Pay attention to what the Arab money is doing in terms of misinformation in our space. And with the new set of power that we emerge, which is either Saudi Arabia and what is it called, Turkey, or those are the next powerhouse that are going to emerge, which America is going to empower. Their money is already working in terms of misinformation, and it's coming towards that sector. And it's not new. What I'm saying is not new. Now the agenda right from day one might be that. But the good thing is that as all those things is going on, there's also data centers being generated in the southern region of Nigeria. People are not talking about that. Data center, because now the new when to Nigeria they shout, no good build military. Now the new warfare now be that. Those are the data centers. The fact that I think out of about 6 within the West African region, about 3 or 4 don't deal with the. So I'm putting this before us because the next war that will happen is not necessarily going to be the waves that people just the worker go barricade everybody is, the way it was fought before. No, everybody now is in power. But again, I'm saying I will conclude as they pay attention. There's a lot of money being thrown towards the Middle East to our own space just for misinformation to alter what we talk about. It is not out of the ordinary that all of a sudden the whole country was talking about terror. The whole country was focusing about end government. The whole country was just useless things. Those are money that is working.
Thank you so much, Olivier. I like your point, but I won't dwell on it. I will go ahead and ask Pansa to make his final submission. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Let me ask that 2 minutes be extended a little bit so I could use as much time as I may consume to round this up. Now, let me say, Olivier, I've been watching you in the last, I guess, about a month. You've made a lot of progress. You've matured, and you're through Nigeria. That's why you're comfortable to come in here to talk, and we're enjoying what you're saying. I'm going to encourage you to go all the way. I remember the first day I saw you, I think it was a one-man show. I don't know if you remember, the very first day I saw you and you were slashed over, and I ordered you to sit up straight. I said, I'm commanding you to sit up straight, and you protested it. You said, I don't have the right to tell you to sit up. But you then went on, and you've been really bad on these platforms when it comes to the Igbo discussion. But you've come around. I have to give you credit. Normally, I've been taking credit for everybody that I've been turning around here, turning them the right way. And I hope you continue and be a real soldier for Nigeria, right? So now, I'll be remiss if I don't say that what we're talking about here is it's a serious thing. It's solemn, it's grave, true, somber, but it's not all that. It's not dark. Remember, Biafra is actually a happy thing when Nigerians come around, or Africans, or people of goodwill. When you talk about Biafra, it should be celebrated. It's not a somber thing. It's not a dark part of our history. This is people saying no to dark forces trying to take over our country or try to force religion on the people. They were successful in the North, and they tried to do it by guys, and it didn't work. So it worked. For example, if we were people who use math, sometime calculation, right? A reckoning, computation of some sort, to figure out, estimate things, forecast, project. If there's a war today between those two forces, right? A lot of people will be on the Biafran side, right? Even Yorubas will be on the Biafran side. Benue will be on the Biafran side. So we have to use our head. It's not like we're stagnant. We've made a lot of progress. So all those people who were deceived to fight their brothers, the people in the Benue who are Christians in the North, you think they're going to fight Biafrans now? They say, what? Of course not. Or people in Edo State or River State or anywhere else. So we have to remember that it's not all sad. It's an honor. It's an honorable thing. It should be acclaimed, not dishonor. It should be praised, right? It's something that should be recognized, distinguished, commend. It's not a basement. I want people to take pride in that as the history comes on. It's not done. We're gonna complete the task. So it's something that we should be proud of. It's not a sad thing all the time. Like when people think about Biafrans, there are some of us who are upset, like me, I'm mad, right? But a lot of people going on to be doctors, lawyers, people who do social media stuff like Rudolph here and KJ, and they welcome everybody. They won't even let Igbos talk here sometimes. So that's how accepting they've become. But there are also some of those who are not going to put up with the nonsense, and that's what you see once in a while. But do I embrace all Black people? It's Biafra. Biafra is actually, if you think about it, it's not geographic, right? What are we talking about when we talk about Biafra? Think about it. So so don't be left out. Let's say you're from the Yorubas or from Edo State, or you're from the North even. You're not left out in what we're talking about. We're talking about the people who are patriotic, who want Africans to stand up, who don't like injustice, unfairness. So you're in there, whatever name that it comes under, right? So let me give, let's use today to remember those who perished in that war on all sides. Now, it wasn't that the Biafrans didn't put some scores on the board. There was a big mouth, what the hell they call him over there in Sokoto, right? He was buyed for running his mouth. There are people that were conquered in a couple of days, like Ovie's people over there. And on our way, trying to go conquer the Yorubas, which would have done. So we put some scores on the board. Don't forget that. So it's a happy thing. We're back. We're brothers now. We want to build a country. So let's build on what we have: fairness, equity, justice for all. Because I'm telling you, you got a lot of these Nigerians. You're very lucky. You're not going to be lucky forever. Like I said before in my opening remarks, there are things that are settled. People who are going to school, they have money. You have been to Igbo villages. It's better than Switzerland. It's some of you, when you actually want to take pride in your roots, Nigeria, a lot of you, maybe Yorubas, you should be boasting when you go out there. Hey, go to some villages in the southeast. It's better than Switzerland. Castle, mansion after castle, castle after castle. It's yours. It's your people.
All right.
Let me on that good note, let me just say I want to honor those who perished in the war, families, the tribe as a whole, Black people in general. We're very proud, like Ovie mentioned, the people in the Hades, the very first people to fight Oyibos and defeat them in their shenanigans. And I conclude with what I started. Ovie, I'm very proud of you. Don't disappoint me. You keep being a soldier. You keep marching forward with truth, with a sword. I heard your voice yesterday, and you were able to talk sense to KJ here, and letting Pulo, our friend. Pulo is my friend now too, that comes here. And Pulo, if you're listening, I want you to come back here better so that we can then build what it takes to have the Nigeria that we want. Because like I keep saying, there's about 1,000 people from all tribes in that country that we have to subdue. So,
all right,
I will leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Oti, righteous man, my brother at home. He's a guy at home, but he lives better than those of us who are in the United States. Well, thank God. Tony, my brother.
Thank you so much.
You're right. Yeah, it's in his duplex. I'm in my car. Tomorrow go say Nigeria no good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Oscar Blackstone, for supporting us. At least I'm able to drink coffee, from Starbucks when I leave here now because of your support. We are, we are looking up to my brother Oti to also, my brother Dr. Pastor. Don't forget to meet up with Righteous Man, because I want him to be here for the next 3 days. Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you for giving us your personal story, which is right. I like the way you say you've already documented. That's one of the things that we don't do as Black people. We don't document and publish that it can be there for generations to pick up and read. Thank you so much. Righteous Man, we appreciate you because we know that it is difficult to have data in Nigeria, and you're always here for many hours, almost on weekly basis. God bless you. And we'll see how I can make it better. But I know that my brother, Dr. Pansa, is able. He owns part of California, so I think he can be able to do anything. And now I know Apogi Alaji. Everyone knows guy now. So behave. So that is it. Alex, you are able. Thank you so much, Ovie. Ovie, you come with a lot of you know, I like it. Even those who don't want to think, when they listen to you, they will go and think. It's good. Thank you. Dr. Damages will be here tomorrow to round up this Biafran week. It's going to be very explosive because he has prepared for it, and he also be here on Saturday and Sunday. We really appreciate every one of you and everybody who is on the comment section. So many to mention. All of you, your views are totally acknowledged and welcome. Whether you agree with me or not, or agree with the panelists or not, it is your view. You are entitled to it. You have the right to own it. And so thank you, Buchi TV, Bunch TV, Anthony Dirichuku. Thank you so much, Queen A, Pansa, Bumbure, thank you so much. You've been very busy down there. Thank you for your contribution, etc. etc. Thank you also. We may not agree with our views, but yours is your view, and we appreciate that you're sharing it. Yusuf, thank you so much. You have been from the beginning. Thank you, Righteous Man. Lily, Omega, thank you. Isa, thank you also. Anthony, thank you. And yes, if I don't mention them, not because I don't want to, because I didn't see it as I'm trolling through, and they will need to run off also. Thank you. You all have been wonderful. We appreciate every one of you. Really, indeed, thank you for being here. We look forward again to seeing you tomorrow. Now, on our own conclusion, our take is this: no nation want to divide if the people, the citizens of that nation is getting what they demand. The Igbos, as the case may be, are not just wanting to leave Nigeria because they don't want to be with other people, but because over the years, for over 50 years now, we've been fighting on one cause, and that cause has not been realized. And nobody even wants to sit on the table to discuss it. The purpose of this program is for you to hear the other side of the story and be able to understand that we need to sit down and understand what kind of a nation that we want to build. Every nation on earth, America is great because America listens to its citizens. And when they listen, they adjust their governance and their style to what the citizens of America is demanding. Government is not for the few elected people, for them to use the resources of the general people to continuously make themselves fat and their family. Now, we cannot also have a two-jet engine plane, and constantly fly with one. Nigeria is well balanced. The North has what it produces. The West has what it produces. The East has what it brings. Now, if you finish, go back to the videos I will play and look at what was the Biafran state was able to bring in 3 years, be able to make. They were able to build their own refinery. They were able to build their own planes. They were able to build their own armor tanks. They were able to build their own war equipment, guns and all the rest. And this nation that built this is still a nation that is in Nigeria today. How come we're not a powerhouse in Africa? How come we're still not even being able to supply ourselves a working refinery when a certain people could build this from beginning to an end, and we would have been better off? How come the Biafra money is still, very much so many years after, very solid? Why can't we learn from that technology that was used to make that money and transfer that to make our own money now, if we really are thinking like people who want to build a nation? After a while, people will look beyond us. It does not matter our population. After a while, because a population that does not have that does not have buying power is as far as I'm concerned, also not able to be effective. Somebody was saying, Professor Lumumba was talking and said, the day Nigeria gets it, Africa will wake up. And another person responded to him and said, forget it. Nigeria is not about to wake up. In fact, Nigeria is in a big slumber. Can we continuously to be in this slumber? And how long will it take us? If indeed we want to be a nation, then it's a time for us to sit down and analyze where we have gone wrong, and then be able to make amends and look at how to bring a holistic development in every part of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom is not one of the states that it is indeed that are Igbo speaking. But one of Nnamdi Kanu's demand is that if that is the deepest part of Nigeria in terms of sea, rivers, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, why do they not have any seaport? Why is there no seaport in Warri? Why? What's the reason? And then Lagos is clustered, and yet these things are begging to be developed. If that be the case, and we're thinking of developing a nation into a nation that we all can be proud of, please consider starting seaports in those countries, those states. Consider starting an international airport in the east also. We don't have to land in Abuja or land in Lagos. We don't have to all be clustered in Lagos because there's only one seaport that's functional in Nigeria. If we're a nation, we have to consider some of the policies that we put forward that is against the people of the Southeast. In this remembrance of the war, the Igbos are taking a look, and we are happy to say that God helped us to survive, and that same God that helped us didn't leave us behind. As we round up, I say thank you so much for being with us. I will leave you with this Biafran song as we close up, and I say, God bless you all. By the way, we'll be here again tomorrow, like I said. Have a good night, everybody.